guys, I did the fade out today, and I didn't mess it up for like the first time ever. Usually it's like... So, it's not today. Hello, welcome back. I'm here, you're here. We're gonna read some Goosebumps books today, like usual. This is like problematic here. I feel like, I don't like this thing that's happening. I wonder, should I just turn it off? Just tuck it back there. But now look, my face isn't lit, so, I don't feel like there's like a happy medium. I'll just have to stare down at myself instead of up at the camera. I guess it could be worse, I guess. It could be worse. Oh, I hope everybody had, oh no. I hate it. I hope everybody had an amazing holiday. We had a little baby prom at my house for New Year's. That was super fun. I can't fix this. There's nothing I can do other than look down. I got new glasses. Do you like them? They're super cute. It was amazing. Oh, good. Welcome, you guys. I'm glad to see friends here. I haven't seen some of you in a long time or talked to you in a long time. I was really unsure of what to do for my like backdrop and like a costume today, and I figured I just needed to like go hard into just me. Yes, this is my favorite glass. I have a collection of vintage McDonald's glassware. This one here is my favorite of the set. If you look real closely, you guys probably can't see it if I turn it right. It says 1977 on there, so it's 10 years older than me. Yeah. So costume backdrop, I was like, well, there's like a mouse on the cover, you know, as the babysitter, and I was like not super confident in my ability to dress up in a rodent type costume. And I didn't really know where else to go, so I was like, okay, backdrop. What do I do for a babysitter backdrop? And I'm like, well, obviously, a child's bedroom would be, like, the best. And I happen to live my life like a child, so I just gathered a few pieces of swag from around my house and built this guy behind me, which I'm real excited about. I kind of want to redo my living room now and just like shove more stuff in, because I have bookcases full of knickknacks and things out there that I took some of this from, but I really like the just overly crammed shelf look. So that's me. You can decide on your own if I'm the babysitter or the kid. I don't have an answer for you on that, so it's 7:10. Let's get started. Let's do this new thing. Also, before we get started, this is the last of my books because I keep forgetting to order more online. So I need to place an order for more books tomorrow. So we will not have a vote at the end of the night as to what book is next because I don't have any left to do yet. So we'll have to wait and see what comes in the mail first, and that will be the one that we do next week. This is book number 27 of our series, which is insane that we have done that many books together, especially because we've skipped a bunch of weeks and stuff. And yeah, but let's get started with our first book of 2021. Here's to hopefully a less crazy year than last year. Ding dong. Get the door, please, your mom calls from upstairs. It's the babysitter from Fun and Games Kids Care. I'm too old for a babysitter, you yell for the 100th time. Stinko's the one who needs a babysitter. Or maybe a zookeeper would be better. Mom, your 6-year-old brother whines. I'm not a Stinko. Stop calling your brother that silly name, your mother scolds as she hurries down the stairs. I don't have time for arguments. Dad is waiting for me in the car. She smooths her hair. Now, answer the door and be nice. I don't want you torturing this babysitter like you did the last one. Who, me? You ask innocently. Your mother rolls her eyes. Ding dong, ding dong. I'm coming. You shuffle to the door and throw it open. And come face to face with a giant pink bubble. Turn to page 2. Pop! The huge bubble bursts in the face of a mousy-looking girl. Hey, she greets you. She peels the gum glob off the tip of her pointy nose. How's it going? You check her out. Straight brown hair hangs down to her waist. A long, tie-dyed skirt and tank top droop from her thin frame. You know the perfect word for this girl. Hippie. Your mom joins you at the door. Are you Mary Ellen? Zoe, the hippie corrects her. From Kids Care? She marches past you and your mom, straight into your living room. Sorry if I'm late. Traffic was nuts. Some car went into a ditch. I thought our babysitter's name was Mary Ellen. Your mom steps towards Zoe. But then your dad honks the horn in the driveway. Your mom shrugs. I must have heard wrong. No prob, Zoe says. She tucks her hair behind one ear. Your eyes widen when you spot the tattoo of a rat on her earlobe. You've seen some strange tattoos, but a rat? Weird. Zoe notices you looking at her ear. She quickly yanks her hair back into place, and then she smiles at your mom. You go enjoy your weekend. Zoe will take care of everything. For some reason, you don't like the way Zoe said that. Turn to page 3. Mom, you begin, and then you stop yourself. You complained all day about having a babysitter. You'd seem like a real baby if you confessed that Zoe made you nervous. We'll be back the day after tomorrow, your mom promises, and then she gives you a hard look. And I expect everything to go just fine here. Never fear, Kids Care is here, Zoe recites. She reaches into her huge shoulder bag and pulls out a bag of chips. She starts munching. Was it your imagination? Or did Zoe say, Kids Scare? Zoe shuts the door behind your mom. You jump when the phone rings. I'll get it, Stinko hollers. He races to the phone. Hello? He bleats into the receiver. Mary Ellen? There's no Mary Ellen here. Oh, you're Mary Ellen. Well, that's okay. We already have a babysitter. Bye. He hangs up. What was that about, you ask? Some babysitter named Mary Ellen, Stinko replies. Her car went off the road. But don't worry. I told her we already have a babysitter, and we don't need another one. Mary Ellen, you repeat? Turn to page 65. That's strange, you think. You turn to face Zoe. Mary Ellen was the name Mom. Forget it, Zoe cuts you off. We've got better things to do than worry about some bad driver named Mary Ellen. Like what, you grumble? You're already sure that you're going to be bored this whole weekend. Like this. Zoe reaches into her huge bag and pulls out a giant game spinner. Whoa, Stinko exclaims. What's that? You don't want to seem too interested, but you can't help peeking at it out of the corner of your eye. The first thing you notice is a silhouette of a rat in the center. Just like the tattoo on Zoe's ear. This girl has rats on the brain, you think. You move forward and get a closer look. The spinner is divided into 2 sections. One section says fun, and the other section says games. It's up to you now. Zoe holds the spinner in front of you. What happens next is your choice. What's it gonna be? Turn to the spinner on page 136. If your finger stops on fun, turn to 32. If your finger stops on games, turn to 100. Let's see what 136 is. Oh, okay. So here is our official spinner for the game. Okay. It says, this is your official spinner. Guard it with your life. This spinner will help you make important choices throughout the attack of the beastly babysitter. Follow these simple finger spinning instructions each time you use the spinner. Finger spinning instructions. There are 4 choice rings in the spinner. Place your index finger on the correct ring. Close your eyes. No peeking. Circle your finger around and around. Keep circling until you feel like stopping. Open your eyes and read the word under your finger. Your choice has been made for you. Okay. So, we've got the first part. The outer ring is half fun, half games. The next ring is half yes, half no. And then red, green, yellow, and then all or nothing. So I think it might be beneficial for us to just do like a coin flip for most of these, because like the spinning, like I don't know, that's not going to work very well. You guys aren't going to have a part in that, and like I kind of like know what this looks like, so I'm going to know if my finger's stopping on the left or the right side. I don't know. So we will do a coin flip. So I am going to need, oh, there we go. We have an official coin flipper for this book. Thank you, Christina. So anytime we need to do this spinner, unless it does the red, green, yellow, and then we will figure something else out. Maybe we'll just choose. But for this one, let's say everybody always says heads and then tails. So I'm going to say heads is fun and tails is games. So let's get that spinner going and see where we land for our first choice of the book. Heads is fun, tails is games. I feel like I'm going to have to write this down. Are we doing it? Heads, fun it is. Also, the spinner 136 happens to be on the last page of the book. And if you guys have been on here with us so far, you know that we always drink on the last page of the book. So every time we have to reference the spinner, cheers to a new drink and a new choice. We are going to page 32 for some fun. Fun! Hooray! Zoe cheers when your finger lands on fun. Fun! Fun! Stinko crows happily. He claps his hands. Whoopee, you mutter. Time for fun to begin. Follow me, Zoe orders. Adjusting her large shoulder bag, she races out the back door. Stinko grabs his red baseball cap and darts after her. You follow reluctantly. I feel like I need to adjust my chair because the chat is on my face over here. Zoe pulls a huge silver disc out of her bag. She yanks a metal loop in the center of it. The disc opens up into a dome shape. Zoe places it on the lawn. It comes up to your chest. Wow, where did you get that thing, you ask? Zoe ignores you. Touching a spot on the side of the dome, a door slides open. Enter the discotheque, she commands. Disc, go, tech. I like it. I'm here for it. Hang on, let me do a tiny adjustment here. Okay. Neat! Stinko scurries into the dome. Without giving you a chance to argue, Zoe shoves you inside. Then she crawls in after you. The door slides shut. You have to scrunch to fit inside the cramped space. Gee, this is too much fun for me, you grumble. Zoe glares at you. Then an engine rumbles, and the dome starts spinning. Next stop, fun zone, Zoe cries. Turn to page 71. This isn't fun at all. You feel dizzy and nauseous. Luckily, the spinning stops before you toss your cookies. The door slides open. You hear organ music and kids screaming. The smell of nachos fills the air. Awesome! Thanks, Zoe! Stinko runs out of the dome. You exit slowly, trying to regain your balance and your lunch. Where are we, you ask? Zoe points to a yellow neon sign. Kids Scare, Fun Zone, you read aloud. Kids Scare? You gaze at the huge indoor playground in front of you. Just beyond the turnstiles, Kids jump into an Olympic pool-sized pit filled with colorful plastic balls. Baby stuff, you think. But the slides aimed down tubes that look like tornado funnels seem kind of fun. And the pitch-dark cave entrances dotting the far wall looks cool. Wait here, Zoe orders. I have to check in. Zoe strolls through a turnstile. A second later, Stinko dashes behind Zoe and into the play area. Stinko, you shout. Get back here, you Dumbo. Go to page 69. You guys hear that? What page is it? 69. Another drink. Cheers. What a pain, you mutter. You push through the turnstile and tell Zoe what happened. After all, she's the babysitter. Let her deal with Stinko. Zoe is talking to another girl in hippie clothes. The babysitter is so deep in conversation that she didn't even notice Stinko's mad dash for the fun zone. The two hippie girls are laughing about something. As you get closer, you hear what they're saying. Getting rid of Mary Ellen was easy, Zoe boasts. The old giant rat in the road trick made her swerve into a ditch. Works every time. Now the two brats are ours. A shudder runs through you. What could Zoe be talking about? She sounds crazy and dangerous. Don't panic, you tell yourself. There must be an explanation for what Zoe said. Should you listen to find out what else this weird babysitter will say? Or do you go after Stinko yourself to get out of here? Okay, let's set up this poll. Yes, we're going to do it. Okay. Question. So we're going to, option 1 is going to be listened, or option 2 is to go after Stinko. And the poll is started. Maybe our music will start. Oh, I had no volume on. There it is. I can do it, you guys. I'm not rusty at all. Okay, we still have about 45 seconds left to vote. Option 1 is to stay and listen more to Zoe's conversation with the other hippie girl. And option 2, to go after Stinko on my own. We still have about 15 seconds left to vote, and we are tied at the moment, so please, in the chat, vote, vote, vote. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There's like 5 seconds left, and I don't want to tie break it. No. Too late. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Streamlabs updated, and so that old poll thing I cannot get to work, so we have a new in-chat poll. So, Sean, sorry about the non-explanation there. There's a poll in the chat that will show up. But I will include your vote this time because it will break our tie. And we are going to go after Stinko on our own on page 79. You decide to go after Stinko yourself. Zoe gives you the creeps. You just want to get out of here. But before you can get out, you've got to get in and fetch your little brother. While Zoe's back is turned, you crawl under the turnstile. Standing up, you glance around. You don't see Stinko anywhere. Where did that little brat go, you wonder? Stinko, you yell. But there's no way he can hear you over the music and the screaming kids. And then you spot a familiar red baseball cap in the distance. Stinko! All you can see is the hat in a crowd of kids standing at the edge of a swimming pool. A swimming pool filled with colored plastic balls. The big sign overhead reads, "Bottomless Ball Pit." You would recognize that hat anywhere. Or would you? You glimpse another red baseball cap on the head of another kid. And this kid is heading towards one of the caves. Which kid is Stinko? If you want to follow the kid heading for the cave, we'll choose option 1. If you want to follow the kid at the ball pit, then we'll choose option 2. If you're having issues with the poll working, try just refreshing the page. And I've heard from other people that that works. Okay. So, option 1, follow the kid to the cave. Option 2, follow the kid to the ball pit. And poll is open. This place does sound cool. And I'm like, how bad could a bottomless ball pit really be? Fun forever. Yeah. We still have like 20 seconds left to vote if you have not voted yet. Option 1, follow the kid heading to the cave. Option 2, follow the kid into the ball pit. Dude, somebody needs to bring snacks, for real. If anyone wants to deliver snacks to my house, that would be great. I'm here for it. We voted with 80% ball pit. We are following Stinko to page 57. Knowing Stinko, he's definitely headed for the bottomless ball pit. You follow the kid in the red cap who's running in that direction. Good choice. It's Stinko, all right. Before you can catch up to him, he reaches the edge of the ball pit. Stinko! You holler at him. Get back here, you Dumbo! Stinko glances over at you and sticks out his tongue. I don't have to, he taunts. You're not my boss. Typical Stinko. You open your mouth to scream again. Too late. He dives and lands in the middle of the colored plastic balls and vanishes. Get over your urge. I can read. I swear. Get over the urge to leave your little brother behind, and then go to page 128. Welcome, Martha. I don't know why you would think we would start at 7:30 either. I've only done that in emergency situations. The only thing you've missed so far is our babysitter may have been a fake babysitter that ran our real babysitter off the road, and now she took us to this kid's scare zone, and our little brother has run away from us, and we just followed him into the bottomless ball pit. So that's where we're at. Stinko! You yell as loud as you can. It's no use wasting your breath. He can't hear you. He's sunk from view, buried in colored plastic balls. You've got to get him out of there. And then you've got to get both of you out of the fun zone. But how? You notice heavy ropes dangling over the pit. If you could just grab one of the ropes, you might be able to swing over the pit and yank Stinko out. Which doesn't really make sense to me considering we said he's sunken in. So, like, can we even see him? Whatever. That is... Oh, if I had just read further, it would have been fine. That is, if he comes up to the surface, you remind yourself. You could dive in, but it would be very hard to find him amongst all those kids and plastic balls. You know Zoe's going to show up at any minute, and Stinko is definitely not going to come out of the ball pit on his own. What should you do? Option 1 is going to be to jump in. Option 2, go for the rope. So, do we want to go swimming or do we want to play Tarzan? Poll is open. 1 minute to vote. Option 1, jump into the ball pit after Stinko. Option 2, go for the rope and swing and hopefully scoop him out. You can't vote with the words anymore. There's a vote in your chat. So look in the chat section and there should be a poll in there you can click on. Yeah, Streamlabs updated and I can't do the old poll thing anymore, so this is our new way. It's only slightly more inconvenient for me, but I've heard it might be easier for you guys. I don't know. I mean, Christina says it's obvious what we should do, but we have a tie, so I need one more vote in the next 5 seconds so that we don't tie on this one, you guys. Somebody vote. Did anyone not vote? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Please tell me that you didn't vote so I can include your outside vote. Anyone? Mm-mm. No. Okay, if nobody's fessing up, then I get to tie break it, and I am going to say let's go for the rope, specifically because I don't think it's gonna work, and I would rather go for the thing that I think is not gonna work. You don't get to vote twice. Okay, we're going to page 68 with the rope. Ooh, there's at least one maze in this book, you guys. I just flipped by. You grab one of the ropes and swing across the pit. But you use too much force. You swing out beyond the sea of colored balls below you. Uh-oh. You forgot the old saying, look before you leap. On the other side of the pit is a huge vat of swirling orange-yellow goop. A sign on the vat says, switch cheese. You swing back to the side you started from. And then you swing over the cheese vat again. And then back. You swing back and forth. You gaze down, trying to spot Stinko in the ball pit. Whoa, you're over that vat again, and your grip is slipping. Make that slipped. Switch. S-W-I-T-C-H. Switch cheese. Also, just as a little warning, on the back of the book, it says, just one bit of advice, whatever you do, don't eat any of the stuff marked switch cheese. So, plunge to page 63. Kerplop! You land in the gloppy yellow gunk. Yuck! It goes up your nose, it glues your eyes shut, and the goo is almost impossible to move through. You kick hard. Your pants hook on something at the bottom of the cheese pool. It whips you back and forth like a blade in a blender. And you've been set on puree. The blender blade swirls faster and faster. You feel sick as you realize what's happening. What you're being made into. You have enough air to shout your very last words. Gee whiz! No, not gee whiz. Cheese whiz. The end. That was solid. I love, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this one is good, you guys. I'm digging this book so far. We've got one ending. Let's see what else can happen here. Okay, we're gonna take a step back. And I guess we are going to jump into the ball pit instead of the, Okay. Get this right here. You're like, you should eat cheese and crackers with this book. Guess what I have on my desk ready for snack break right now? It's crazy. It just worked out perfectly. Thank you, leftover New Year's Eve snacks. I've been going ham on this, like, this was a Costco Schuler's cheese thing that was like, I think it was only like $8 or $9 when usually like this little one's like $5. So this is my savior this week. Okay, we're jumping into the ball pit on page 42 this time. Ready or not, you shout, "Here I come." You jump into the pit. Immediately, you start sinking. Hard plastic balls bounce off of your face, neck, and arms. The air between the balls is full of static electricity. It smells like old Barbie dolls. Dang, that's something I don't have. I do not have any Barbies, you guys. Ooh, I do want to be famous. Thank you, GT Max. How do I block him? Cool. Okay. Sorry. Smells like old Barbie dolls. Yeah, I don't have any Barbie dolls. Which is, I guess, kind of weird. I don't know, maybe not. I like the weird stuff. Help, you scream. Layers and layers of colored balls close in around your face. You can't breathe. You're drowning in a sea of colored balls. You don't know how to swim in plastic. But maybe you can float in it. You tuck your chin to your chest, and you bring your arms and legs in to scrunch up into a ball. It's working. You're not sinking anymore. You start to rise to the surface, and you peek out from your ball shape, and you spot Stinko a few feet ahead of you. But as soon as you uncurl, you immediately begin to sink again. Now what should you do? Stinko's getting away from you. If you want to stay rolled up in a ball, we're going to choose option 1. If you want to uncurl and go after your brother, we're going to choose option 2. Stay in a ball or uncurl. And vote is open. Do this thing. Vote. Here. No. Here. This is where you can vote. We have 45 seconds still to vote on whether or not we try to find our brother. I feel like this is like a us or him situation, because when we dove in, we yelled for help because we were like, oh my god, we're gonna die. So the ball keeps us from dying, but do we want to try and save him too? I mean, our nickname for him is Stinko. Like, we obviously don't care that much, right? I'm like, why isn't Ivy here today? So that Ivy is my little sister, for anyone who doesn't know. So that I can be like, should we go after him or not? Okay, our poll has ended, and we have decided to uncurl and go after our brother. You guys are nicer than me. We are going to swim to page 113. You gulp in some air and force your way through the bobbing balls. You push your arms forward in a breaststroke and you kick your feet. Balls pop up into the air around you. You reach your little brother. Stinko, you call to him. He turns at the sound of your voice. His face is twisted into a look of terror. For once, he doesn't try to get away from you. Help me, he cries. He reaches for your outstretched hand. As soon as Stinko grabs your hand, you both sink down through the balls. Whoa, you exclaim. And then you notice other kids are sinking too. Something on the bottom of this pit is sucking you in. You peer down. There's a giant plexiglass tube at the bottom of the ball pit. It's like a drain. First of all, if you're in a ball pit, you can't see anything. Like, you can't see through it. How do you see this tube? This is poor authoring. There's no stopping the suction now. You're spinning downward and taking Stinko with you. You take one last desperate gulp of air as you're pulled through the tube. Come out on page 44. Pooh! You and Stinko pop out of the plexiglass drain pipe and land with a thud. A few more kids drop out of the pipe after you. You glance around. You're in a big, windowless white room. Loud rock music blasts from a black boombox sitting on a stainless steel counter. But over the music, you hear cries and moans. Where are those terrible wails coming from, you wonder? Your eyes land on rows of cages lining one wall. A scream stops in your throat. Those cages are full of kids. Then a figure steps out from behind a white screen. A sight more terrifying than the caged humans. A giant rat. Go to page 131. No. It's not Trump. Don't even say that. Don't even say that name here. I'm gonna ban you. I take this seriously. Also, 131 is the highway that runs through Grand Rapids, so let's drink to that too. No, you moan in horror. Stinko whimpers beside you. He grabs your hand. He must really be afraid. You can't tear your eyes away from the awful sight. The more you stare, the more you think you recognize this creature. I do have to say that the text on this page so far still counts as Trump. Oh my god, you guys, I just remembered part of my dream from last night. And in my dream, I was like at a resort or something, and there were a bunch of like rich people there too, and but Trump was there, and I gave him like the best burn ever, but I can't remember what the burn was. But I was like, oh, I'm like, I hated talking to him because he's an asshole. But then I was like, man, that's weird. I've talked to the president, kind of. But then I definitely like burned him hard, and I can't remember what it was. So, but I just remembered that, so that was worthwhile. So thank you, I guess, for the mention. Unbelievable, but it looks like Zoe. But if it is Zoe, she's trapped somewhere between human and a rat, like an experiment gone horribly wrong. Her head is shaped like a rat's, but her eyes and lips are human. Her fur is as long as human hair. It covers a rat body with human legs and arms. Her hands are gnarled masses of fingers and claws. Yellow rat teeth poke, knife-like, out of her human mouth. And then you see something even worse. Yes, worse than a giant mutant rat person. Dozens of giant mutant rat people coming straight towards you. Deadass, this last scene, this description of this rat is probably actually the scariest thing I've ever read in any one of these Goosebump books. Like, that is legit awful. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, so we're going to page 11 with all the rat people coming towards us. Gotcha! Zoe shrieks. She springs at you and clutches you in her mutant claws. You shrink in horror, but you don't resist. Not with all those gross rat people lined up behind Zoe. She shoves you and Stinko into a cage and padlocks it. Who are you? You scream. What are you? We're the rat people, Zoe explains. I really wish they had a better name for their species or group or whatever. That's pretty lame. We were created in a science experiment. You're ugly, Stinko blurts. Stinko, you clap your hand over his mouth. But Zoe doesn't seem to notice. She lets out a long sigh. Her whiskers twitch. Things used to be great. We had super strength and intelligence. We could switch back and forth between human and a giant rat. But we need to eat our special switch cheese formula. Otherwise, we get stuck this way, caught between human and a rat. Then eat the stupid formula and let us go, you cry. We can't, Zoe says. We've run out of the original batch of Swiss cheese, and we're missing one key ingredient. Zoe presses her rat nose right up to the bars of your cage. She grins evilly. We're missing Graded kid. Dun, dun, dun. Turn to page 53. You leap back from the bars. Graded kid? You gasp. What's that? Exactly what it sounds like, genius, Zoe answers. Stunned, you sink to your knees. Stinko covers his head with his arms and whimpers. The kids in the other cages moan. We'll make the necessary preparations. Zoe sets a ring of keys down on the counter and leads the way out the door. The other mutants follow her. You stare after them. That's when you notice one of the bars in the cage is bent. Could you or Stinko possibly slip through? If you could get those keys, you could open all the cages. It's probably your only chance to save your life. But you don't have much time. You study the bars. Don't think about it too long. Get moving. They'll be back any minute. If you want to try slipping through the bars yourself, we'll choose option 1. If you want to try sending Stinko out through the bars instead, we'll choose option 2. And the poll is open. Vote now. Option 1, try and squeeze out of the bars ourselves. Option 2, send Stinko instead. Cold-hearted today. That's okay, me too. Gonna have a dog named Stinko. For real, that's like pretty cute. I'm surprised that they're using it like, oh no. They're using Stinko like as the kid's name. That's pretty intense to like 100% of the time call him that. We still got about 15 seconds left to vote. If you have not voted, option 1, slip through the bars yourself. Option 2, send Stinko instead. I don't think sending him out is gonna kill him, but I don't know. You know as good as I do. I've never read this book before. We have chosen unanimously to send Stinko to his cheesy death. On page 25. Bon voyage, brother. Best of luck. There's no way you can fit through those bars. Stinko, you whisper. You've got to sneak through the bars and get those keys. It's our only chance. I can do it, Stinko whispers. I know I can. Your little brother slides one leg and arm between the bent bars, and then his shoulder. He turns sideways and slips the rest of the way through. He's out. You give him a thumbs up, and then you point at the counter. He tiptoes over, grabs the keys, and rushes back to the cage. You did great, you tell Stinko as he unlocks the cage. You're free. Oh, no, you don't, Zoe screams from the doorway. You gulp. She's surrounded by her mutant pals. You're not going anywhere, she snarls. Your eyes desperately scan the room for something, anything that might help you. The cages, the tables, the tape player. You feel in your pockets. Could you have a weapon? A bribe? Nothing. You come up empty. Or do you? If you have a cassette tape in your pocket, go to 116. If your pockets are empty, go to page 129. So we have not found anything yet. So I guess we are going to 129. What's that? You don't have the cassette tape? Too bad. Listen up. We are about to tell you something important. Next time you read this story, make sure you go through the caves. Meanwhile, sorry. It's time to pay for your mistake. Pay up on page 133. You can go first, Zoe tells you with a nasty grin. She and the other mutants swarm around your cage. They yank you out and drag you into the laboratory. Or should I say laboratory? I should say that if they keep saying it. She and the other... Oh, I already said that. Start the kid grader, Zoe orders. It only takes a few seconds for Zoe and the others to place you in the mechanical arm of the giant kid grader. The process is so fast, you hardly know what's happening. All you know is, when it comes to secret ingredients, you are the greatest. The end. Greatest. So my new webcam is much better in the overall picture. Not much better in the focusing up close, which is like, it's fine. It's fine. Ending 2. We did 2 endings, you guys. If I can get my thing to work. 2 endings. Okay. Killing it with the puns in this one. Well, there's always puns. Like, everyone is always puns. I don't know. I feel like this one's okay. The first one. I feel like I need to actually start making notes on when the things are really good. Because it said something earlier that I thought was really funny. Something about a girl. I don't know. That first one was really good, though. We are going back to where we sent Stinko out of the cage to get the keys. And we're going to try and do it ourselves instead on 114. There's no way that you're going to send Stinko on such an important mission. Those keys are your only hope for escape. This is no job for a little brother. You suck in your stomach and start squirming through the bent bars. Where are you going? Stinko whimpers. Don't leave me. Don't worry, I say. I can't. I'm stuck. It's true. Even with your stomach sucked in, the narrow space between the bars has you trapped. And you can hear the rat people returning. Well, well, Zoe cheers as she re-enters the room. I see we have a volunteer. Is she talking to you? Uh-oh. Turn to page 133. Oh, check this, you guys. Time loop. Yes. But it's also at the end page. So does it count as an ending or does it only count as a time loop? Decisions. Both. Is it both? Look at all my bracelets, you guys. I put on all the cute things today. I need a consensus. What does everybody else think? Does it count as an ending or does it only count as a time loop? Anyone? Bueller? We have a visitor. Oh, Binksy Boo is here to join the stream. Just a time loop. Say hi, Binksy Boo. Don't eat my hair. Only time loop. Okay, that's fair. Binks's butthole is joining the stream, so you're welcome, everybody, for that. How about you don't? Cool. Okay, just a time loop. That's fine. We'll continue to work our way back. Okay. Binksy, what are you doing? Just so cute, this little void. She's just a void with a butthole. Okay. we are going back to where we first jumped into the pit and we saw Stinko, and we had to decide if we were going to stay rolled up in a ball or if we were going to uncurl ourselves and go after him. And like the good big sibling that we are, we chose to go after him. But we're not doing that again. This time, we're just staying in our ball. We're going to see what happens and not drown, hopefully. On page 10. You stay rolled up in a ball. The thought of sinking into the plastic sea again is too scary. You keep your chin on your chest and wrap your arms around your knees. You feel yourself bob towards the surface again. But now, something even scarier is happening. You're rising, all right. Faster and faster. Something is sucking you up to the top. You peek out of your ball shape and see the mouth of a giant vacuum hose. One by one, scratched and dented plastic balls are being sucked up by the hose. Seconds later, new balls are blown out of the other end of the hose. You try to resist, but the force of the suction is too strong. Swoop! You're pulled in. Warm liquid sprays over you from all sides. Now you understand. The machine recoats the balls to make them shiny and smooth again. It doesn't know you're a human being, and pretty soon, you won't either. You're one of the balls now. See you around and around and around. The end. Dun-dun-dun. 3 endings. Baller. Oh, look at that. Okay. Christina's winning on the one-liners today. Let's see if anybody can beat Christina, because she's got the moves today. Baller. Okay, one more step back. We are out of the ball pit scenario now and back to the follow the kid heading to the cave scenario. So we're going into the caves on page 38. Stinko, you call after the kid heading for the cave, but he disappears through the opening. You dart after him. Hey, you brat, an angry voice behind you shouts. Where do you think you're going? Oops. Maybe you were supposed to pay an admission fee? Unfortunately, you don't have any money. I need a bigger allowance, you mutter. You speed up. You reach the cave. A sign over the entrance reads, "To Weird Woods." You dash in and then out the other side. Whoa, cool, you exclaim. You gaze around. The huge area looks exactly like a jungle. It's so realistic, you wonder if you're still indoors. The jungle sounds and smells around you. Oh, surround you. Thick orange mist rises from a deep canyon. You spot a narrow rope bridge disappearing into the mist. You don't see Stinko, though. But wait, is that a red baseball cap bobbing across the rope bridge? You dash onto the bridge, a little too quickly. The wobbly rope bridge sways and swings, faster and faster. You struggle desperately to keep your balance. No use, you're gonna fall. Go to page 18. Ah, you shriek. The swinging bridge hurls you headfirst over the side. You wave your arms frantically, trying to grab a hold of something, anything, to keep you from plummeting into the deep canyon. You're in luck. Your fingers connect with a rope. You clutch it tightly. But can you hold on? Your arm muscles burn as you reach up to the bridge with your other hand. You grab, empty air. You reach again, nothing. Your feet dangle below you. You glance down. It's a long drop. Whoops! You should have looked. Now your hand, you shouldn't have looked. Now your hand is sweating, making it hard to hold on. You're slipping. Hang on until page 27. Just in time, A hand reaches out of the swirling orange mist. It grabs you. It's okay, a boy's voice reassures you. You're safe. Your rescuer starts to pull you back up onto the bridge. The mist is so thick that all you can see of him is a red baseball cap and his hand clasping your wrist. Yikes, that's no ordinary hand. A scruffy patch of fur grows across his knuckles, and his fingers aren't fingers. They're claws. Go to page 119. You gasp at the sight of the clawed hand, but you're not going to let your fear keep you from being rescued. Better rat, bro. Thanks for saving me, you tell the boy as he pulls you to safety. You peer at him. He looks a little older than Stinko, but younger than you. I'm David. He holds out a hairy hand to shake, but when he sees you staring at it, he shoves it into his pocket. What happened to you? You stammer. I don't know, David admits. It started as soon as the kid scared babysitter went to check in at the gate. Hey, we came with a sitter from the same agency, you cry. There's something really weird going on here, David warns you. The babysitters are evil. Evil? Your voice trembles. What do you... Shh, David interrupts you. Listen. You hear voices approaching. One is Zoe's. We can't let them find us, David gasps. Follow me. You're not sure if you trust this kid. That hairy hand gives you the creeps. But so does Zoe. And she's getting closer. If you decide to trust the strange boy, choose option 1. If you'd rather go your own way, we're going to choose option 2. Okay. Poll is open. Maybe. It's open. It really is. Option 1. You decide to trust the strange boy and hide from the babysitters. Or option 2. Rather go your own way and not trust the hairy-knuckled boy. Decided. Okay. Am I the only one picking up on a bunch of innuendo in this book? Or is it just because I have a humor of a 12-year-old boy? I think it's just you. Yeah, I think so. Okay. We decide to trust this strange boy. We are going to page 125. He may be weird looking, but you trust David. Besides, how much choice do we have? Okay, you agree. Which way? Follow me, he whispers. He holds out his claw. Taking a deep breath, you grasp his furry hand. Shivers race along your neck. But by holding hands and clutching the side rails, the two of you are able to keep your balance. Made it, you cheer, stepping onto solid ground. David glances over his shoulder. Hurry, we don't have much time. The babysitters are headed this way. This side of the canyon doesn't look like a forest at all. Instead of lush plants and bushes, you seem to be in a large gymnasium. That's what I was saying too. I was like, as soon as I started reading that next sentence, I was like, oh. Thanks a lot, Tim. Way to ruin the book for us. The towering trees lining the edge of the canyon hid the setup completely, you realize. Ow! You tumble over with a thud. You were so busy gazing around that you never noticed. You walked right into 2 rows of tires laying on the ground. David yanks you upright. Watch where you're going. Lifting your knees high, you dash through the tires. And then you and David come to a towering wall. Ropes dangle from the top of it. We've got to climb over that, you gasp. Go to page 12. I don't think I can make it over that wall, you confess. Would you rather face Zoe and the babysitters? David demands. First of all, how does David know that your babysitter's name was Zoe? And why didn't he mention what his babysitter's name was? You sigh. You've got a point. You grab a rope and start climbing. David climbs the rope beside you. Hand over hairy claw. This is like an obstacle course in the army, you huff. That's exactly what it is, David explains. We all have to go through it. It's one of the tests. Huh? What is he talking about? But you don't have enough breath to ask. When you reach the top, something occurs to you. Hey, you call, jumping off the wall after David. How did you know my babysitter's name is Zoe? I never told you. Again! I should be reading further before questioning things. Shh! David holds up his claw to his lips. He points to someone ahead of you. A figure in military uniform. We're here, David announces. The uniformed person turns and faces you. But it isn't a person. It's a giant, human-sized rat. And remember, since we didn't go the ball pit route, this is our first introduction to the human-sized rats in this timeline. Go to page 19. You gasp in horror, but the horror mixes with anger as David salutes the giant rat. It was a trap, you realize. David is part of this horrible nightmare. And you're too shocked to even yell at him. Good work, David, the rat says. You've brought in another recruit for the Rat People's Army. Hey, you recognize that voice. And now that you peer closer, you recognize the face under all that fur. Zoe. Turn to page 83. You deserve a reward, Zoe the rat continues. Come forward for your switch cheese. David steps forward and takes the cheese from Zoe's outstretched claw. He pops it into his mouth. Your eyes widen as you watch the incredible changes taking place. More fur grows on David's clawed hands. His face narrows and becomes pointy. Whiskers sprout under his new nose, and his eyes turn beady and black. Now David is more rat than kid. Your turn. Zoe holds a piece of Swiss cheese towards you. This cheese will turn you into one of us, and then you can join our army. You stare at her. It will be easier on you if you do as I say, Zoe warns. We're taking over. Okay. If you decide to join the Rat People's Army, we're going to choose option 1. If you refuse the cheese, we're going to choose option 2. And the poll is now open. Option 1, join the Rat People's Army. Option 2, refuse to eat the cheese. Always yes to free cheese. Even though we have specifically stated that we should not be eating this cheese. It says so on the back of the book. We still have probably 25 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, join the rat army. Option 2, refuse the Swiss cheese. Do I always do what I'm told? No. Do I always accept free cheese? Probably. Okay, we have chosen to join the rat army. We're taking the cheese, apparently. On page 104. You give up. You blew it. You never should have trusted the kid with the furry claws instead of fingers. Eat the cheese, David squeaks. Be one of us. Zoe pushes you to the ground and shoves the cheese under your nose. Be all that you can be. Zoe presses the chunk of Swiss cheese against your mouth. You struggle. Is this the joining? I'm confused. Did I go the right way? You decide to join. Okay, I don't know why it's a struggle if we decided to join, but okay. Zoe presses the chunk of Swiss cheese against your mouth. You struggle, but Zoe just presses down harder. Dry crumbs stick to your lips. Your tongue darts out. You can't help it. You swallow. Tingles shoot through your body. Fur sprouts from your skin. Your hands become claws, and your teeth sharpen. The more you turn into a rat, the better the Swiss cheese tastes. When you finish the hunk of cheese, Zoe pats your head and steps back. You gaze up at her. She and David salute you. And then a terrifying sight appears. Stinko, dressed in an army uniform. It isn't his rat face, his long twitchy tail, or his wiggling whiskers that fill you with disgust and horror. No, it's the unbelievable, terrifying reality that in the rat people's army, your kid brother outranks you. The end. Uh-oh. Where are we at? 4 endings. Okay. We are snotty ending. Yeah. We're real mean. We only refer to our brother as Stinko, so like it's kind of snotty. Let's see what happens if we refuse to eat the cheese, like the back of the book told us to. We're going to page 115. Join the rat people's army? No way, you shout. You knock the chunk of Swiss cheese out of Zoe's claw. It falls to the ground. You turn to run, but David throws himself down on the ground in front of you. You trip over him and fall flat on your face. You scramble to your feet, but before you can run, David grabs the back of your shirt and then wraps his stringy rat tail around your right ankle, holding you fast. Nice work, Zoe compliments the rat boy. She tosses him another bite of cheese as a reward. His nose twitches as he chews it gratefully. Time to eat your Swiss cheese, Zoe's glittering rat eyes gaze at you. And this time you won't get away from me. Give up. Just go to page 104. And to the page we just said that was weird that they were struggling to feed us the cheese. We have another time loop / ending, so that's weird. 2 time loops. Okay. I see how they're playing this book. It's weird how, like, he kind of, like, gets these different setups in his head. Like, there's some books where there's, like, tons of time loops, or there's been a book where there's only, like, one the whole book, or, like, This is the first one I've ever noticed that it keeps time looping to endings directly, so I don't know. We are going back to where we were on the rope bridge, and David, the rat boy, like pulls us up, and we have to decide to trust him or to go our own way. And this time we are going to go our own way instead of trusting him. We're going to page 55. Maybe David is just a nice kid with a claw. Who knows? But you're not taking any chances. You decide to go your own way. Sorry, David, you say. I'd rather take chances on my own. You take a few steps backwards, and then you add, thanks for saving me, and good luck. Just because the kid is creepy doesn't mean you can't be polite. You turn around, facing the rope bridge again. Zoe and the other babysitters are hidden in the mist somewhere near the middle of the bridge. Maybe you could sneak by them. The orange mist is so thick they might not see you. You step onto the bridge. Immediately, it sinks a little lower and starts to swing. Can you make it past the babysitters and across the swinging bridge? Or should you try to find another way back to Stinko? So, option 1 is to take the bridge route past the babysitter crew. Option 2 is to look for another way. Okay, I'm going to start this poll, and I am going to take a very fast bathroom break. So I'm going to start it in like 2 seconds, and then I will be back in like 2 minutes. So get your vote on, friends. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Did you vote? Did everyone vote? I gotta get resettled. Okay. Did anyone see the results of the vote? Because it's gone already. Do we need to vote again? Because I took too long. Anyone? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going the bridge route. I question your guys' judgment because if we're on a rope bridge and they are also on the rope bridge and we're trying to sneak past them, I don't know how that's going to work, but it was your vote, not mine. We're going to page 123. You take another step onto the rope bridge. You force yourself to stay calm as it swings wildly. Clutching the railing tightly, you tiptoe across the ropes. You can hear Zoe and the other babysitters talking in the middle of the orange mist. That kid won't get away from us, Zoe snarls. They never escape for long. You hug the rope railing and pull yourself blindly into the thick mist. You know you're very close to them, but so far, they haven't sensed you. You just might make it. And then, a loud, shrill shriek pierces the mist. That's the kid alarm, Zoe cries. Get the kid! Hold your breath until page 97. You freeze, not daring to breathe. Please don't find me, you beg silently. The shrill alarm grows louder. You glance towards the sound. At that moment, there's a slight break in the drifting mist. David! David is making that horrible screech, and he's pointing straight at you. He's betrayed you. Dozens of hippies swarm around David. That way, a skinny guy in a vest screams. Don't let that kid get away. You clasp the rail and rush forward. Oh no, Zoe and the others are heading directly towards you. You glance back over your shoulder. The hippies are crowding onto the bridge. David is leading them right to you. The bridge shakes under the weight of all of the hippies piling onto it. It swings and sways. Mist swirls around you. Sometimes you see your pursuers, and sometimes you don't. Yikes! A hand grabs for you. You leap out of reach. And right over the side of the bridge. Oops. Klutzy move. You'll have to pay for that one. Yep, you're plummeting into a bottomless pit. You're falling and falling and falling. And when you scream, "This is really the pits!" you mean it. The end. Not the hippies. Why is it all like hippies? They're like, this girl had a tie-dye skirt on, so she must be a hippie. Okay, that was 4. No, we had 4. That's 5 endings. Okay. We must have chosen the short side of the book at the beginning, because there's only a couple little options here still. Okay, so we're going to go back, and we still didn't trust David, but we also aren't going to take the bridge. We're going to look for another way back to Stinko on page 107. You're not going to risk running smack into Zoe. You glance around, searching for another way back to Stinko. You spot a path at the edge of the canyon. Maybe it will lead you back to the cave entrance. You scuffle through the thick vegetation and start following the path. Eee! A shrill, shrieking alarm stops you in your tracks. You peer through the mist and trees. David! He's making that awful sound. His face twists in a nasty grimace. His teeth? They're fangs. Eee! He trills again. You knew you couldn't trust him. You start to run. The kid! You hear Zoe cry. Over there! Roots grab at your feet. Leaves smack you in the face. You glance back. Oh no. Zoe has been joined by dozens of pointy-nosed hippies. I almost said hipsters. Pointy-nosed hippies. They're right behind you. If you stay on the path, they'll catch you for sure. You stare at the canyon. It's much narrower here. It might be 10 feet across, maybe less. Maybe more? Can you jump across? There's no time for choices now. Just do it. Leap to page 91. You shut your eyes, bend your knees, and hurl yourself across the canyon. Oh no, you don't quite make it. You slam stomach first into the edge of the other side. Your fingers desperately claw at the dirt. It crumbles and falls around your head. And then you clasp a sturdy tree root. Grunting, you pull yourself up over the edge. You lie flat on your back, panting. But you can't rest. The angry, evil babysitters scream and throw dirt bombs across the gorge. You scramble to your feet. Perfect. Just ahead of you is a cave entrance. Above it, a sign reads, "To the bottomless ball pit." "So long, suckers," you shout across to them. You've got to find Stinko and get out of this crazy place. You duck into the cave, but instead of coming directly out the other side, you face a dark path and another cave entrance. Which will you take? If you want to enter the cave within a cave, then we'll choose option 1. If you want to stick to the path, then choose option 2. And poll is open. 1 minute for voting, you guys. Option 1, enter the cave within the cave. Or option 2, stick to the path. I'm gonna eat this cracker. Don't look at my face while I eat. Seconds left to vote. Option 1, cave within a cave. Option 2, stick to the path. Leonardo DiCaprio would be proud of you. Let's inception this bish. We have come to a conclusion. We're going to inception this bish. We voted 67% to go for the cave route. We enter the cave within the cave on page 120. You remember that there were cave entrances near the ball pit. You step into the cave, hoping that that's where it leads. You blink your eyes, trying to focus in the pitch darkness. "Who enters my cave?" a deep voice booms. Fear clutches your throat. What have you gotten yourself into now? It's just me, you croak. "Why have you trespassed?" the voice demands. "I'm running from a pack of evil babysitters," you blurt. "Oops, you hope you're not talking to one of them." "Those babysitters are the worst," the voice growls. Whew. "So you'll let me through?" you ask nervously. You wish you could see who you're talking to. You strain your eyes, but it's just too dark. "Not so fast," the voice snaps. "First, you must answer 3 questions. If you pass my test, I'll let you pass me." Turn to page 31. Is this like a Sphinx situation? You don't have much choice, you realize. You sigh. "Okay," you mumble. "Ask away." Question number 1. What creature comes to life during a full moon and is part human, part animal? You snort. "That's easy. A werewolf." "Very good," the voice in the dark responds. The next question is a little harder. High in the Himalayas live a mysterious, furry, human-like creature. Ooh, you know this one too. You saw it on Fact or Fiction on TV. It's called, you begin. The voice cuts you off. "I want both names," it warns. You grin. "The abominable snowman or yeti," you declare. This is fun. You hear a low, rumbling sound coming from the direction of the voice. Is it a laugh or a growl? You get nervous again. Now, my final, most difficult question, the voice announces. Although, if you read Goosebumps, it should be easy. The voice pauses. The cave is so silent, you almost hear your heart pounding. Finally, the voice speaks again. What color is the beast from the east? Dun-dun-dun-dun. So the beast from the east is probably my favorite Goosebumps book. Well, no. A Day in Horrorland is my favorite. Beast from the East is probably my second favorite, and it's one of the 2 original Goosebumps books that I still own. It's on my shelf in there, so I know the answer to this question. But do you guys? Option 1, if you think the beast is green, or option 2, if you think the beast is blue. And the poll is open. 1 minute to vote. What color is the beast from the east? Choose option 1 if you think he's green, or choose option 2 if you think he is blue. And I'm pretty sure it was very neutral on that description, so you shouldn't be able to tell based on how I said it. Hopefully. Although I do totally agree. I love that the K voice was like, oh, those babysitters are the worst. There's still like 10 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1 is green. Option 2 is blue. Okay. So, we had a unanimous vote that the beast from the east is green. Turn to page 14. Green, you declare, trying to sound confident. The beast from the east is green. You hold your breath. Was your answer correct? Wrong! The voice roars. Everyone knows that the beast from the east is a furry blue creature. Except for you guys, apparently. But, you stutter. No buts about it. A heavy hand slaps you hard on the shoulder. And then the thing steps out of the shadows. At last you can see it. It's big. It's furry. It's blue. It's the beast from the east, coming to feast on you. The end. Oh, you guys. Dude, because it's like, you know, when you're reading, you can kind of see ahead of where you were. So when I was like, it steps out of the shadows, it's like, oh my god, it's the beast from the east. So that was kind of a little nerd moment for me. So yeah, you guys chose wrong, man. 6 endings. Oh, it's big. It's furry. It's blue. I love it, you guys. Okay, let's assume that you guys all did know that the beast from the east was blue. And we would have gone to page 17 instead. Blue, you cry. The beast from the east is blue. Right you are. Well done, the voice congratulates you. Not only will I allow you to go through my cave, but I will also give you a prize. It holds something out of the shadows towards you. You squint at it. The faint light shows you that it's an audio cassette tape. A tape? You take a few steps forward. What's on it? Music? You will find out when it becomes necessary, the voice replies mysteriously. Take it. It may help you. You grab the tape. A shiver ripples through you. The hand you just touched wasn't human. It felt like a giant cat's paw. Go to page 99. Oh, you know what we should add to the list is we should add like a drink on like the page for the year these books come out. So this book came out in 97. So did we hit 97? We did do 97 already. So back end drink for page 97. But I feel like that would be a fun addition to these. Whatever year they were made. So, were you being questioned by an enormous cat? Before you can ask, the creature vanishes. Light streams into the dim cave. You hear screams and squeals coming from just beyond the entrance. You're not sure, but one of those squeals sounds a lot like Stinko's voice. You stuff the tape into your pocket and run out of the cave. Bingo! The cave opens onto a balcony overlooking the bottomless ball pit. Zoe is nowhere in sight. You just might make it out of this place after all. And there he is, Stinko. He's grinning broadly, preparing to dive into the ball pit. You dash down the steps, 2 at a time. You hurry to the edge of the pit. Stinko, you shout. But he can't hear you over the cheers and squeals. He dives into the pool. You rush over to the edge. But Stinko has vanished. Go to page 128. Stinko, you yell as loud as you can. It's no use wasting your breath. He can't hear you. He's sunk from view, buried in colored plastic balls. Da, da, da. Time loop! We are back to where we got to jump in or go for the rope. So that is time loop what? 3. Time loop 3. Okay. So we're just continuing to go back, and one of these has the one where we needed the cassette tape. Maybe we should go back to that one first. Oh no! Did I not bookmark it? You guys, I ruined everything. Okay, give me 2 seconds to try and figure this out again. 25. Oh no, I bookmarked the bottom part, but not the top part. Okay, so we're going back, well, I can't follow the storyline because we don't go, the storyline we're at will go back into going to the path instead of the cave within the cave. I'm gonna go finish the one with the cassette tape first. The one with the cassette tape was when we were stuck in the cage and we sent Stinko out to get us the keys, and we opened it and we needed a bribe for them, and we did not have the cassette tape, but we do now. So it's 116. Yes, you have the tape. Now, what is it the voice in the dark said when you asked what was on the tape? You will find out when it becomes necessary. Could the voice have meant now? You pull the tape from your pocket and pop it into the boombox. You cross your fingers for luck and you press play. Instantly, ear-splitting cat screeches blast through the room. Howls and wails bounce off the walls. The mutant rats are terrified. They don't realize the awful sounds are coming from the tape. They believe there are dozens of cats in the room. Hurrying to escape the cats, the mutant rats go berserk. They dive under the counters, climb up the tables, and scurry behind anything that will hide them. This is your chance to grab the keys and release the other kids. You unlock all the cages. This way you call. The kids scramble to follow you out the door. With the cat tape shrieking, the rats scurrying, and the kids running, the whole room begins to shake. Hurry, you cry, before it's too late. Run to page 87. 87 is the year I was born, so cheers to that. What's happening? Stinko cries. The tape, you shout over the sounds of the screaming cats. The noise is making the whole place collapse. Run! But then a huge chunk of concrete ceiling crashes down in front of you, in front of the door. You're trapped. The wall of cages falls forward, crushing everything in the way. Zoe vanishes underneath the pile. A large chunk of plaster peels away from a wall beside you. You peer through the hole. It opens directly to the outside. Oh, excuse me. Outside. Out of the fun zone. That way, you shout. You and Stinko lead the kids through the hole. Then you gather in a circle and watch the entire fun zone crumble. Wow, says Stinko. Wait until Mom hears about this. Yeah, you agree. Maybe next time she'll listen when I say I don't need a babysitter. The end. Hooray! We survived! 7 endings. And we got a good one, you guys. Maybe there's one where we win the lottery again. I feel like that's like a trope in this, like at this point. There's like too many where it's like, suddenly we're millionaires and we won $200,000 and buy everything we've ever wanted in our lives. And then we're like, that's not a lot of money. We're adults now. Okay, so now we're going to go back to where we were. We entered the cave that had a sign that reads to the bottomless ball pit. And then we had the option of a cave within a cave or stick to the path in the cave. And we already chose cave within a cave, and we are going to stick to the path instead on 76. You'll take the path. Forget the cave. Who knows what trouble you might find in there. It's better to just keep going. That bottomless ball pit must be right up ahead somewhere. As you round a big rock, you hear the screams and squeals of kids. You run towards the sound. There it is, the bottomless ball pit. And then you spot a kid in a red baseball cap standing on the edge of the pit, about to jump in. It's Stinko. Stinko, you scream at him. He turns and looks at you and waves, and then he jumps into the pit and sinks like a stone. Go to page 128. Is it the same one again? It's the same one again. Okay. Another time loop. Time loop 4. That has also hit the same time loop that we hit the last time. So, okay. But that way, we didn't end up getting the cassette tape. So if we'd gone that way, we would have still dead-ended. So, okay. So, we are back to the almost beginning. When we first entered the fun zone, Stinko ran off. The babysitter, Zoe, is talking to another girl about how they made the other babysitter crash her car. And we had the option to stay and listen to them longer or to go after Stinko. And we decided to go after our brother. And now we are going to stay and listen to the insider conversation and see what happens on page 61. You figure Stinko will be fine playing in the fun zone. In fact, he'll probably be furious when you try and get him to leave. And it's more important to find out what Zoe has to say. You spot a stack of boxes. Quickly, you duck behind them. As you crouch down, you notice that they're marked Switch cheese. You frowned. Must mean Swiss cheese. Oops! Your shoulder knocks against a box. You try to grab it, but it crashes to the floor and breaks open. Yuck! A horrible stench fills the air. Rotting rounds of orange cheese roll from the boxes. Thousands of fat, slimy, white worms wriggle out of the cheese and squirm at your feet. Oh, gross. Turn to page 24. What was that? You hear Zoe demand. A box fell, that's all, the other girl reassures her. You press yourself against the wall and try not to move, which is really hard to do with dozens of gross worms inching their way up your legs. You shake your legs one at a time. No use. The worms cling like lint on an old sock. You want to scream, but you hold it in. Zoe rushes over to the spilled cheese. You hold your breath and try to ignore the worms crawling across your body. Zoe bends down and examines a hunk of worm-covered orange cheese. Waste not, want not, she says with a grin, and then she tosses the squirming cheese into her mouth. You gasp at the repulsive sight. Zoe spins in your direction. Uh-oh, you just gave yourself away. Now what are you gonna do? It is totally high and creepy and gross. I agree. Find out on page 41. Zoe peeks around the cheese boxes. Her eyes narrow when she sees you. You little brat, she growls. She reaches for you. You shove the stack of wormy cheese boxes onto her. Cheese flies everywhere. She's covered with cheese crumbs and zillions of worms. You don't waste a minute. You race towards an exit sign in the distance. Get that kid! Zoe screams through her mask of worms. The other hippie girl trips over the cheese boxes. You've got a good head start, you tell yourself. But when you reach the exit sign, you discover it's not really an exit. It actually says, no exit, employees only. Next to the door is one of the dark cave entrances. Over it is a sign that announces, this way to Weird Woods. You glance behind you. Zoe is catching up, and she's not alone. Choose. Do you want to go through the employees only door? Or do you want to dash into the cave towards the Weird Woods? And the poll is open.
Playing from Amanda's iPhone.
Thank you. I also love how creepy this book is. This is a good one. Option 1, to go through the employees only door, or option 2, to dash into the cave towards the Weird Woods. I mean, Weird Woods is probably gonna end up just being like some time loops, but you know, I'll just clean up this extra cheese, you know, while we're waiting. Okay. Don't mind me. We have unanimously decided to go through the employees only door on page 16. You yank open the employees only door. A dim yellow light casts an eerie glow on the empty hallway. What's back here, you wonder? You step inside. Better keep moving, you warn yourself. Zoe probably saw you duck in here. You hurry along the dark corridor. No doors, no other halls to turn down, nothing. But the walls curve gently to the left, and the floor seems to slope downwards. You have the feeling that you're going underground. You come to an area with the small windows along the floor. That's weird, you think. You kneel and peer down. Your mouth drops open at the strange room below you. It looks like a scientific lab. A laboratory? Steel tables with sinks, Bunsen burners, test tubes, the works. And the room is full of pointy-nosed hippie girls and guys wearing white lab coats. They all look like Zoe. This is bizarre. How could there be so many people who look so much alike? And just what are they studying down there underneath the fun zone? Turn to page 34. You sit back on your heels and wonder what to do next. What's that? Your head whips around at a sound behind you. Footsteps. You scramble to your feet and rush down the hall. You come to a landing with several doors and a stairway. You dash down the steps 2 at a time. They lead down to a storage basement. Piles of old rags, coiled ropes, and ragged nets clutter the floor. Good. Plenty of places to hide. You hear footsteps on the floor above you. You burrow into a pile of rags, and you lie very still. Yuck. You can still feel the worms wriggling around in your clothes. Ew, they're in your hair, too. You shake your head hard, and then you freeze. From your hiding place, you can hear footsteps moving back and forth at the top of the stairs. Will you be discovered? Don't move. Just turn to page 50. You force yourself to stay still. You wait. And wait. And wait. Soon, your eyes close. Ouch! Your own cry wakes you from a deep sleep. Something is pinching you all over. No, something is biting you. The dim light reveals a horrifying sight. You are covered in a living blanket of rats. Hundreds of huge, scaly-tailed, sharp-toothed, pointy-nosed rats. Uh-oh. Better turn to 132. Fast. No, you shriek. You're too terrified to move. The rats crawl all over you. Their claws scrape your skin. Their teeth graze your flesh. You shut your eyes tightly. Your heart pounds with revulsion and fear. Are the rats going to eat you alive? And then you realize the rats aren't eating you. They're eating the worms that still cling to your clothes. But when they finish off the worms, will you be next? Your science teacher told you that rats are smart and they don't deserve the bad rap they get. But you don't care. They are too gross. You've got to get out of here. But how? Even if you get out from under the rats, you still have to escape them. Option 1 is to jump up, shake them off, and run away. Option 2 is to remove them slowly and gently. So I'm going to put option 1, jump fast, or option 2, remove slowly. The poll is on. Please vote, friends. What do you think our best bet is? To jump up and shake them off and run away, or to slowly and gently remove all of the rats? Is there really that many rats in the New York subway? I mean, I was only in New York for like a week, but I did not see any subway rats in the week I was there. Did you meet Pizza Rat? Oh my god, that would be so cool. When I was in New York for a week, the only reason I survived was off of those like gigantic $1 New York pizza slices. So I get Pizza Rat. Like, he and I are bros. Like soul sisters. You have seen rats carrying stuff? That's crazy. But no pizza. You said stuff, but no pizza. Okay, we have decided that we are going to take the first route of jumping up and shaking him off and running away, which is page 127. Chip bag. Oh, nice. Okay. Ah! With a howl, you dart across the cluttered basement. Dashing through a doorway, you find yourself in another dim corridor. You have no idea where it leads, but it doesn't matter. The rats are chasing you. They're less than a whisker's length behind you. You tear along the hallway, and you spot 3 doors up ahead. Maybe, just maybe, you can reach one of the doors and save yourself from the rats. The rats squeak and snap at your heels. Your breath comes in gasps. Hurry, hurry, you urge yourself silently. You approach the doors. The rats swarm around you. They make it impossible for you to go through any door but the one in the middle. A weird thought crosses your mind. Do the rats actually want you to choose that door? No way, you tell yourself. Impossible. You yank open the middle door and slam it shut behind you. Whew, you breathe. You lean against the door. Safe. Are you sure? Find out more on page 4. You listen for the rats on the other side of the door. Silence. They must have gone to find a better snack. You glance around. You're in another hallway. It's very narrow and with high white walls. That's strange, you murmur. No roof. The walls just open to the sky. You don't want to risk running into that pack of rats again, so you head down the hall. You hope it leads back to the main play area. I know what this is. Do you guys know what this is? You turn left down another hall and bang into a wall. Ow, you mutter, rubbing your nose. Another hall branches off to the right. You walk down that. It bends to the left. 10 steps later, you hit a dead end. You turn and hurry back the way you came. Or the way you think you came? Oh no, another wall. Sweat trickles down your neck. You've lost track of where you are. You lean against the white wall. Will you ever get out of here? How will you find Stinko and escape from the fun zone? You glance up to the sky above you. Could you climb up the wall and get out the open top? As you gaze upward, something moves into view. Something so horrifying, you can't even scream. Go to page 36, if you dare. Your mouth drops wide open, but no sound comes out. You blink over and over. Your brain tries to make sense of what you're seeing. It's impossible, but very real. A giant rat peers down at you, holding a clipboard and wearing a white lab coat. No, you whisper. You stumble backwards down the hallway. The rat follows you along the top of the wall. You come to another dead end. No, no, you scream. You pound your fists on the wall, and then you glance up again. The rat is taking notes. You race through the twisting corridors, first this way and then that. No escape, just hallways leading to more hallways. With growing horror, you realize you're in a giant maze. This time, you're the experiment. You sink to the ground. Will you ever find a way out of this crazy maze? Sorry, not in this lifetime. Everywhere you turn only brings you to a dead end. Dude, I saw that maze in the book, so there is a maze we go through. I thought we would be able to go through it. I didn't think it would be an instant death. That was 8 endings. 8 endings. Okay. So we're like not even really, it's only 9. We're like not halfway through the book. I don't know where it's going to go, but there's apparently a lot more of it. Okay, we are going to try and remove the rats and the worms from us slowly and gently this time on page 6. Carefully, slowly, you ease your body out from under the rats. If they're as intelligent as your science teacher said, you figure they should be treated with respect. As you sit up, you gently remove the rats clinging to your clothing. You shudder. You can't help it. They're creepy. But at least they're acting friendly, you think. A large brown rat rubs his furry head against your leg. He seems to be asking you to pet him. Okay, little rodent, you croon. You scratch his neck. What do you say? Can you help me find Stinko? The brown rat lets out a loud squeak. The other rats swarm around you. Hey, you cry. What are you rats doing? A few rats nudge and push you. Others pull you by your socks. They obviously want you to go forward. But why? The rats gently herd you towards a dark hole behind the boiler in the shadows of the basement. You peek into the hole. You can't see a thing. Should you trust these rats? Or should you make a run for it? If you're going to trust them, then we're going to choose option 1. If you're going to try and run, choose option 2. And the pull is on. I also think they're probably going to help us find Stinko, because that's what we asked them to do. I feel like they're doing it. Never trust a rat. I don't know. I've had friends with pet rats, and they're really nice, other than the fact that I'm, like, severely allergic to them. What didn't you know was a thing? Pet rats? Allergies to rats? Anything is possible. We have chosen to trust the rats. Oh yeah, rats and mice. I'm huge, like way more allergic than I am to like cats and dogs, which I'm allergic to as well, but I don't care about that. I just deal with it. But I like, for example, I was wasn't babysitting, I was pet sitting for a friend that was out of town, and she had some rats that needed like medicine. And so I got the rat out of the cage, and I like sat the rat on my shoulder while I prepped its medicine, and I gave it its medicine and hung out with it, and I put it back in the cage. I went to work. Like an hour later at work, I was broken out in hives all over my chest and my face. Like, and I was like, oh my god, apparently I'm very allergic to these. Yeah, so that was, and then other times, like at my friend's house, I just like constant sneezing, runny nose, watery eyes, allergy, super, like I kept allergy medicine at my friend Jeremy's house because he had pet rats, and I knew that I was allergic to them because every time I went over there I had allergy attacks. Well, yeah, that's a thing. Okay, we are going to page 39. To trust these rats to tell us where to go to find Stinko. You decide to trust the rats. They're not hurting you. In fact, they're very friendly. Maybe they're going to show you the way out. Squeaking softly, the rats head into the dark hole. You follow them down a chilly, spooky tunnel. A strong, bad odor fills your nostrils. The smell of something rotting hangs in the thick air. And your eyes, or as your eyes adjust to the darkness, you get a better look at your surroundings. You realize that this isn't just an empty tunnel. Narrow shafts of light shine in through cracks in the walls. But the walls aren't ordinary walls. They're walls of mummified rats. A dim light shines on an engraved plaque. You kneel down beside it, and your heart pounds as you read the words out loud. Tomb of the Unknown Rats. Here lie the innocent rats of Lab. Their deaths shall be remembered. The next words catch in your throat. And revenged. You gasp. Get a grip of yourself and turn to page 30. You stare around in horror. Dead rats' eyes stare back at you. Get me out of here, you shriek. You leap up to your feet. The moment you stand up, lights start flashing. Alarm bells ring. The rats who led you here scatter and vanish. Come back, you call after the rats. And then you realize that your rat pals have betrayed you. They've led you into a trap. The sirens blare, the lights blind you, and the awful stench is getting more intense. You'll never be able to get out of this place before someone comes to check on the alarm. So it comes down to two choices. Should you stand your ground in this rat tomb and face what's coming next? Or should you try and find a place to hide? If you choose to stand your ground, choose option 1. If you want to try and hide, choose option 2. And voting is open. Yeah, this book is terrifying. Like, if I had read this as a child, I'm pretty sure I would have been freaked out. Like, damn. Like, this is a good one. I'm like way into this. How did we wait this long to read this book? Like, I don't remember. Like, is this one I've had? I don't think this is one I've had from the beginning. I think this is like a round 2 book. But still, damn, this is intense. We still have like 20 seconds left to vote. Option 1 to stand your ground, or option 2 to run and hide. Who knows, man? Okay. Well, this was a close one because we only had 3 votes. But we have chosen to stand our ground on page 23. You decide to stand your ground. You might as well face whatever is coming. You don't see anywhere to hide. You step into the center of the room. The sirens whoop louder. The lights flash faster. And then the ground drops out from under you. Whoa! You're sliding down a long chute. You glimpse a bright white room below you. You realize as you're sliding into one of the underground labs you passed earlier. Man, was this ever the right decision? You congratulate yourself. After being in that cramped, dark rat tomb, the white room below looks great. The chute levels off. You slow down and come to a stop, inches from the mouth of the chute. You take in giant gulps of the pure, clean air. And then a terrifying sight freezes in your breath in your lungs. It's Stinko. Your little brother is strapped to a stainless steel lab table. He struggles against the restraints. But that isn't what sends chills through your body. Stinko is surrounded by hippie girls and guys. Hippies who are half human and half rat. Slide to page 109. Your stomach lurches as you gape at the bizarre creatures. Some have human bodies with rat heads, and some have rat bodies with human faces. Others are a disgusting mix of both. Two gigantic, all-rat rats stand at the head of the table. They wear lab coats that fit awkwardly over their huge, furry bodies. Their whiskers twitch as they shove their pointy faces at Stinko. "Leave me alone," Stinko whimpers. "The little stinker may drive you crazy, but you can't let those monster mutants hurt him." You jump down, landing with a soft thud. "What are you doing to Stinko?" you demand. You lunge through the crowd of rats. Instantly, dozens of hands and claws clutch you. You're caught. You can't escape, so flip to page 8. The larger of the two giant rats peers at you. "Stand back," the huge rodent commands. "We're simply correcting a terrible mistake." You don't believe it. Not only are you being addressed by a monster-sized rat, but it actually speaks English. "Let me explain. Once, we were all ordinary lab rats," the rat continues, "subjects in an experiment. A scientist injected us with human genes. We now have greater strength, size, and intelligence. But something went horribly wrong. Now, we are all trapped between being humans and being rats." Then, right before your eyes, the other giant rats start changing. You watch in horror as its face twists, bulges, changes color, collapses, and then reshapes itself into a new face. A face you recognize. Your mouth drops open. "Zoe!" you gasp. Shut your mouth and turn to page 130. "Zoe!" you repeat as the mutant rat girl completes her transformation. "What? How? But..." "I'm one of them," she explains. "I was sent amongst the humans to bring you and Stinko here. You will help us fix the laboratory mistake." "We will?" Your voice trembles. "What could these horrible creatures want with you and your little brother?" Before you can ask, Zoe shrieks in agony. Turn to page 74. Zoe's face writhes and contorts, and then she's a rat again. "You see the problem?" she cries. "We can't stop switching. We need help. We developed switch cheese as a cure, but it doesn't work right." "I don't know anything about making cheese," you protest, "and Stinko doesn't know anything about anything." "I heard that," Stinko complains from the table. "It's your makeup," Zoe exclaims. "Makeup? I don't wear makeup," you scoff. "And if Stinko wears makeup, it's news to me." "Your genetic makeup," Zoe corrects you. "You two have the right genes to become rats, with a little scrambling." You shake your head. "I'd believe that about Stinko, but in my case, you've got the wrong kid." "I heard that too," Stinko whines. "You're the right kids, we're sure," Zoe approaches you. All you and Stinko have to do is eat a little switch cheese, a few nibbles, and we'll have the results we need." You're almost afraid to ask, but you have to. "And what might those results be?" Zoe smiles. "You and Stinko will become rats." Go to page 88. "Rats," you scream? "You want to turn us into rats?" You struggle against the hands and claws that hold you. "Don't let them," Stinko wails. "It will only be temporary." A creature with rat teeth, rat ears, and human eyes offers, tightening its grip on you. "Being a rat isn't so bad," adds another mutant. "It's being half rat, half human that stinks." You only need to be rats long enough for us to collect some of your saliva, Zoe explains. That's the missing ingredient in our secret formula. You must help us. You must. You gaze around. Some of the rat people are switching back and forth between rat and human as fast as you can switch your Game Boy on and off. With each change, they squeal in agony. They must be miserable, you think. We'll switch you back, Zoe promises. Trust us. The last time you trusted a bunch of rats, you ended up trapped in a tomb. Should you trust this group of half rats and eat the cheese? Or does something tell you that they don't call them rats for nothing? Oh. This is really intriguing. This is a good storyline, you guys. So, if you and Stinko eat the cheese, we'll choose option 1. If you refuse, we'll choose option 2. And the poll is on. Oops, lost some of stuff. The poll is on. There's just no music. Eat the cheese. Christina says, eat the cheese. It always works out. Even though the book specifically told us not to eat the cheese. But it's up to you guys. I don't know what's gonna happen. Other than I'm like down to the bottom of this thing, and it's like really inconvenient. And it's just like. I definitely didn't consider that cheese would be a big part of this book when I happened to bring this cheese snacks for the stream. And I'm really glad I did, because I'm pretty excited about just eating cheese the whole stream. We have chosen to eat the cheese. Oh, I'm glad you guys are eating cheese too. Yes. It's unanimous. We're eating the cheese. We're going to page 60. You swallow hard. Okay, we'll do it, you announce. You can't help feeling sorry for the rat people. After all, you think, humans got them into this mess. You feel as if it's your duty as a human to get them out of it. If you can. Come on, Stinko, you say, undoing the straps that hold your little brother down on the table. We're going to help them get back to their normal forms. You mean we have to eat that cheese? Stinko whines. It stinks. Think of it as medicine, Zoe suggests. She holds out the cheese. One little bite each. That's all it takes. Well, here goes, you say. You hope you sound braver than you feel. You close your eyes, hold your nose, and take a bite. Stinko follows your lead. Instantly, the two of you start changing. Fur covers your bodies. Claws replace your hands and feet. Whiskers sprout out around your newly pointy noses. You and Stinko flop down onto all fours. You don't believe it, but it's true. You and Stinko are rats. Go to page 21. You wriggle your new rat body. You flick your long, thin tail. Yep, you're a rat, all right. You just hope the rat people know how to change you back. Maybe you should have double-checked before you agreed to switch. At last, Zoe cries. Now we'll be able to get back to being regular rats. We'll just mix their saliva into the switch cheese, and the formula will be complete. A rat person bends down next to you and holds a cup in front of your mouth. You twitch your pointy nose and spit into the cup. You and Stinko take turns spitting into the cup until it's filled. The rat leader takes the cup. He nods his giant head. This will do. You have served your purpose. He rushes away with the cup. Dozens of rat people scurry after him. Hey, wait a sec, you call after the departing rats. He didn't say thank you, Stinko complains. But you aren't thinking about the rat leader's bad manners. Here's what you really want to know. Will the rats keep their promise? Will they switch you back to your human forms? Because you sure would like your body back now. Turn to page 112. Zoe must have guessed what you were thinking. Don't worry, she assures you. All you have to do to return to normal is eat a little more Swiss cheese. Zoe holds the Swiss cheese in front of you and Stinko. You each gobble up the cheese. Instantly, the change takes place. You wiggle your human fingers. Whew, that's a relief. That was fun, Stinko cries. Let's do it again. The rat leader returns, hovering in the doorway. The new formula is complete, he announces. Yay, Zoe cheers. The remaining rat people in the lab race through the doorway. The door shuts with a loud bang. Wait, you call after them. You forgot to tell us how to get home. No answer. The mutants are gone. You flop down on a table. Great, you groan. We help them, and they leave us here with no way to get back home. Flip to page 85. Why don't we go back the same way we got here, Stinko suggests. He reaches under a lab table, and then he holds up Zoe's large shoulder bag. Hey, Stinko, you say. You're not as dumb as you look. You grab the bag and open it. There it is, the discotheque. You yank up the loop on the center of the disc, and it pops up into a dome. You press on all the edges. A door slides open. Wow, Stinko shouts. You did it! Don't I keep telling you I'm a genius, you joke? Now hurry, get inside. You have a creepy feeling that if you don't leave right away, some other mutants may show up and try to use you for some other weird experiments. You crawl after Stinko and go into the discotheque dome. Make it go, Stinko urges. I will. But how? Can you make it work? Turn to page 29 to see. You glance around. No controls. Luckily, before you panic, an engine rumbles. A vibration shakes the dome. It must start automatically. Lucky for you. The dome spins and twirls. You clutch your stomach. Soon it lands with a soft thump. The door slides open. You're home. Well, there you are. Your mother stands in the front door. Did the babysitter leave already? Did you like her? Huh? What are your parents doing here? Are they back from their trip already? Does this mean you've been in the fun zone for 2 days? Whoa. Mom, Stinko cries. That babysitter was a real rat. Now, your mother scolds Stinko. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You finish with a wink at Stinko. The end. That was a good one. I didn't expect to get out. Okay, 9 endings. Okay. What else we got here? Okay, so this time we are going to refuse to eat the cheese. We don't trust these filthy rat creatures. On page 93. Trust these horrible creatures? Of course you don't. Forget it, you yell. No way. Nothing and no one can make you eat that yucky cheese. Not even these hideous mutants. That goes double for me, Stinko hollers. So he glares at you. Wrong answer. The crowd of creatures drag you to the table beside Stinko. They strap you down. I think we should make examples of these two, the giant rat in the lab coat says ominously. Yes! Zoe's rat whiskers twitch with excitement. Let's force feed them the Swiss cheese, and then let's do some experiments. Let them see how it feels to be lab animals. All the mutant rat people let out horrible, shrill squeaks. You shudder. That must be mutant laughter, you realize. Sorry, it looks like you made a bad choice. You thought you could end this adventure without eating any Swiss cheese, but that theory was full of holes. Well, better hold your nose and get it over with, because this is very definitely the end. 10 endings! Okay, so we are 10 endings in, which is approximately halfway through the book. It is 9:27. So let's go ahead and call our midstream break. We will take 10 minutes to do whatever you need to do. Potty break, snack break, smoke break, whatever. And I will see you back here at 9:37 to complete the second half of our book. Ready, Freddies? you guys back? I'm back. Okay. Yeah, so I placed my order for the next 4 books just now on our break, which I'm really excited about. Thank you, Ashley, for sending me money to help me pay for those books. As we get towards the end of this, a lot of these books are becoming significantly more rare. And so I'm like, some of these books, which I think it's like artificially inflated, but I've bought most of these books off of a website called thriftbooks.com. And a lot of them I bought for like $4 or $5 each. Some of them I paid up to like $20 each for. But there are a couple in here for like over $100 each, which I think seems insane. And there's probably ways to find them cheaper, but I haven't done the research yet. So, especially as we go on through this year, because we are now at the, like, we've surpassed the 50% mark of the collection. They will get, like, more and more rare as we go on. So, hopefully I will be able to actually find all of them. That would be really amazing. So, I'm going to have to be a little more diligent about keeping my eye out for them. And especially, like, if they, like, I find, like, a cheap one, to get them while I can. Because I'm like, I'm not in a position to be paying $120 for a children's book that is like 100 pages long, you know. But hopefully we don't have to. Hopefully we can find more. But yeah, so I have 4 more coming. So we have some options for next week. So I'm just going to go based on whatever one arrives first. If more than one arrives in the same package, I guess I will go with whatever one is, like, numerically first in the series. But let me go through the ones I just ordered. I just got, I can pull it up. Is it going to let me pull it up? It's being real weird. Okay, how about me, my account, my orders? 4 books. Okay, I bought Toy Terror, batteries included, and Invaders from the Big Screen, Trapped in the Circus of Fear, and also Return to the Carnival of Horrors. So I remember the first Carnival of Horrors was like a pretty popular book. So we did pretty cool with that one. So I'm excited to get the sequel to that one too. So hopefully these will be here in the next this week. Hopefully at least one of them will be here before next week. It looks like 2 of them are in Maryland, 1 is in Illinois, and 1 is in Texas. But yeah, so that's exciting. We got some more, so I won't have to cancel next week because I forgot to order any, because I did not forget to order them. So let's keep going with our book. Okay, so our latest tab was okay, I think we are in the rat tomb at this point. And the alarms were going off and everything. We had the option to stand our ground or to hide. And we chose to stand our ground, so we're going to check out the hide timeline now on page 77. Hide! You may be brave, but you're not stupid. You glance around the rat-lined tomb. Yikes. There's only one place to hide. In the wall. The wall of rats. You touch the lifeless, furry rat bodies. Ugh, you moan in disgust. You try not to breathe the dead rat air as you push open a space between the piled bodies. You slide into the space. The little bodies fold back over you. You are completely hidden except for your eyes and nose. 2 figures wearing white coats enter the tomb. You can't quite see them from your hiding place. Their backs are to you. One turns off the flashing lights, and the other shuts down the siren. Then they turn around. You have to bite the inside of your cheek to keep from screaming. Ouch. Head to page 46. Okay, how did we not scream when, like, the wall of dead rat bodies, like, encompassed us other than our eyes and mouth? But we're gonna scream when we see these people. I'm like, I don't want any part of it. Just take me. Take me, rat people, to your laboratory. I don't want to be in this dead rat wall. 2 giant-sized rats stand in the center of the tomb. Rats the size of humans. They're wearing lab coats and standing on their hind legs. You burrow deeper into the rat wall. These rats may be dead and disgusting, but at least they're not enormous mutants. No, that's not better. The two hideous rats sniff around the tomb. They gaze at each other and shrug. And then they turn and leave the tomb. You slide out of the wall of dead rats. How can it be, you moan? What kind of crazy place is this? You have to escape. You and Stinko are in terrible danger. Rats that trick you, walls of dead rats, and now giant rats? And it all began with Zoe, the babysitter with the rat tattoo on her ear. Figure it out later, you scold yourself. Move it now. You peer down the tomb's long corridor. A steel gate is sliding down at the opening at the end of the hall. Oh no. The rats are sealing the tomb. Turn to page 5. A rumbling sound startles you. You spin around and see the walls of dead rats caving in on each other. And on you. Help, you scream. Or at least you try to scream. But the second your mouth opens, a dead rat lands in it. Yuck! And you thought Brussels sprouts tasted bad. Hundreds, thousands of rotting rat bodies fall, knocking you down. They pile on top of you. You're being buried alive. No doubt about it. You're in grave trouble. But don't be too discouraged. Just put this book down and try again later. Better luck next tomb. The end. Oh, it's so gross! This is the grossest book I've ever read. That was 11 endings. Better luck next tomb. That was gross as heck, you guys. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. Gross. Did you see me as I was reading it and I read, at least you try to scream, and then I paused because I saw the next line and I like gagged when it said that a rat fell in my mouth? I'm not afraid of rats. I'm just allergic to them. But I really don't like dead animals. And I really don't want them touching me. And like fur and like hunts and taxidermy and just dead. And I'm like, So like the idea of a dead rat falling in my mouth is like pretty much the grossest thing I can ever think of ever. Like, no. Don't want to. Okay. Calming, recentering, continuing with the book. Maybe the rest of the book won't be so gross. Maybe it will be. We'll find out. We're moving back to where we were covered in rats, and the rats were eating all of the worms that were all over us still. And the rats were like, come with us, and we're like, should we trust these rats? And we did, and look where we ended up, buried in the dead rat tomb. But okay. We're gonna try and make a run for it instead at that point in the past. On page 127. I feel like we might have been to this page before. That page number sounds familiar. Tim, I just got your Venmo alert on my watch, and that was what this slow rise was for. Thank you very much for your contribution to my stream. I'm also now confused and taken aback that I think it is just a time loop, because we didn't do this page before. At this time loop, this is where we go, and howl as you dart across the cluttered basement, dashing through a doorway and find yourself in another dim corridor, and you have no idea where it leads, but it doesn't matter, the rats are chasing you. So I'm just gonna go with time loop here. Sounds like a time loop. Let's do time loop. Where were we at with time loop? 5. Time loop 5. Okay, 2 tabs at the moment. But you know there's more than that in this book. There's like a whole other side. I don't know yet. You know they always take like 4 hours, so there's gotta be more. Okay, so our most recent, our last tab here is where we had knocked over all those cheese boxes and Zoe had found us, and we had the option to go through the employees only door or to dash into the cave towards the weird woods, which I know we've already been there through a different route, but we have to go to the weird woods this way and see what happens on page 80. You dash through the cave and step out onto an enormous jungle setting. Plastic rocks jut out like cliffs. Fake plants tower overhead. Exotic smells and sounds fill the air. Awesome, you think. This fun zone building must be huge. Right in front of you, a bridge stretches out across a deep, dark canyon. I can't tell if this is a time loop or not. If you guys think this is a time loop, tell me. I'm going to keep reading it, though. A thick mist makes it impossible for you to see where the bridge leads, or what might be on the other side. But Zoe is definitely on this side. Glancing back, you see her racing towards you. Not that way, she cries. So she doesn't want you going over the bridge. Then that's just what she'll do. You step out on the wobbly rope floor. It shakes so badly you almost fall over the side. Maybe this was a bad idea. Get back here, you brat, Zoe yells at you. No way, you think. She is one rotten babysitter. You dart along the shaky rope bridge. After you've gone about halfway, it begins to sway back and forth. You clutch the rope railings. You feel as if you're riding a wild ride in an amusement park. Only, you're not amused. You're losing your footing. You're losing your grip. Oh no, you're gonna fall. Turn to page 18. Okay, this is definitely a time loop now. So we flipped over the side of the bridge. For sure, time loop. Definitely a thing that just happened. So, time loop 6. I'm wondering when it says, like, 20 plus endings, if it'll include our time loop endings. We got 1 tab left, so we are back at the beginning. So we are about to start whatever the second timeline in this book is. Oh, we're back to the spinner, you guys. At this point, we were so wrapped up in this, like, rat mess, I completely forgot about the spinner. Oh my gosh. So, God, that was a whole thing we just did. Oh, wow. Surprise, we're back at the beginning, you guys. So this time, we technically have to do the spinner, so we're gonna drink. The only other option is the game side, so we're gonna not spin, but we're gonna drink to the spinner, because cheers. Okay. We're going to start the games half of the book on page 100. It's weird that we haven't used the spinner at all, but I guess, like, games would use it more frequently than fun anyway, so let's see what else this book has in store for us. We're going to page 100. Games? A deep voice behind you says. If you want to play games, then I'm your guy. You and Stinko whirl around. Zoe has vanished. In her place stands a tall, slim man wrapped in a long cape. His face, his body, and cape are completely covered in tattoos. It's hard to tell where his body ends and his amazing cape begins. Where did you come from, you demand? From Fun and Games Kids Care, the tattooed man explains. Zoe's in charge of fun. I handle the games. Where's Zoe? Stinko asks. Where the fun is, the man replies. You can't tear your eyes away from the horrifying tattoos. Why are they suddenly horrifying? Whatever. Snakes slither up his arms. Dragons breathe flames across his chest. A cyclops monster swings from a hangman's noose on one shoulder. Ooh, this book is really graphic and gross, you guys. I'm talking about a noose? I don't like that either. Spiders, bats, and rats creep from his tattooed head to his tattooed feet. The tattooed man swirls his cape. The tattoos dance wildly, making you dizzy. They call me Dare, he tells you with a grin. Ready to play games? Turn to page 7. What kind of games? You ask suspiciously. Games where the winner takes all, Dare drawls. And let me warn you, I usually win. I want to play, Stinko pipes up. I win a lot too. And what about you? Dare turns a steely glance your way. Do you dare to play Dare? Dare schmare, you grumble. You don't trust this guy, but you're not going to let him know that he scares you. Sure, you declare. I'll play. Who goes first? We all go together. Dare spreads his arm wide. He swirls around and around until his tattoos blur. The colors blend into a spinning rainbow. His tattooed cape billows into the shape of a parachute. You know this game, I'm sure, Dare calls, still twirling. Each of you takes hold of one side of the parachute, and then, all together, we toss it up and run under it. Only the fastest can run under and get out before the parachute comes down. Are you ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2. To see whether or not you make it out from under the parachute, you'll need to do the puzzle on page 84. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Let's do some puzzle business. Ooh. Pick a string. Any string. Follow it to an end. What you do next will depend on what you do now. Okay, this is like a whole thing. So, okay, so here's what this looks like. I don't know if some of them connect because there's like 6 to choose from. So I'm like, how do we decide which one we do? I can see the little tracings that someone else has done with this book previously, the previous owner of this book. I mean, the first one I chose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I guess we're gonna kill kind of the fun of it, but we got 2 options. Because 4 of the strings go to pick another string. One goes to turn to page 45, and one goes to turn to page 117. So I guess I'm just going to open a poll and say, do you want to go to 45 or do you want to go to 117? Because that's the only option I feel like we have here. Because, like, unless you each, like, do this your own and come up with it and tell, like, I'm just going to ask you guys. I guess I'll show it while we vote if you want to. That's fine.
Playing from Amanda's
Thank
iPhone.
you. Okay. Here's the thing. If you guys want to actually do the little thing, you got 1 minute to vote. Sorry for holding this very shakily up for a whole minute. Hopefully you can see it if you care. Or just vote if you don't care, I guess. Okay. So, everybody chose 45. Which, I'm going to double check. Which is funny because when I did it, I just picked one and did it in my head. I got the 117. But all four of you chose the other one. So, we're going to the other one. We're going to 45. Congratulations! You and Stinko easily dash out from under the giant parachute before it lands on you. Excellent, Dare nods his tattooed head. I'm looking forward to beating you at my games. You glance around. Nothing looks familiar. In fact, everything looks very, very strange. The trees are orange. The grass is purple. You're not in your house anymore, that's for sure. Where are we? You stammer. Right where I want you to be. Dare hurls his tattooed cape at you. It drops onto you and Stinko. You and Stinko back up quickly, but the cape is quicker. It closes down around you. You try to lift one edge. It won't budge. When you look around for Dare, you don't spot him anywhere. All you see are tattoos of snakes, spiders, dragons, and rats wriggling and writhing on the walls around you. Look out, Stinko cries. The tattoos are alive. Stinko is right. This is a tattooed tent of terror, and you and Stinko are trapped inside. Go to page 9. I don't want to play anymore, Stinko whimpers. Too late to change your mind now, Dare replies. You whirl around to confront the strange babysitter, but you don't see him. Where did he go? Looking for me? Dare steps away from a wall. Your mouth drops open. The tattoos on his body shift and move just like the tattoos on the wall. No wonder you didn't see him. He blends right into the walls as if he were camouflaged. What kind of babysitter are you, you demand? One that likes to play by the rules, Dare answers. And what are the rules, you ask? Simple, Dare explains. Every game you win brings you to the next level. If you get to the highest level, you get to go home. You stare at the tattooed man. The swirling, wriggling tattoos make you dizzy. You're almost afraid to ask your next question. And if we don't make it that far? Then I win, Dare smiles cruelly. And you never go home. You become one of us. You join Kids Scare forever. Turn to page 49. That's not fair, you yell. You never told us that. You never asked, Dare shrugs. which makes the picture swirling around on his body look even weirder. Stinko stomps his foot. "Take me home right now," he demands. "The only way home is through the games," Dare says. He steps back and disappears into the tattooed walls. A large, flat box appears in the spot where he was standing. On the box top are the words, "The Game Box." As you gaze at it, you shiver. A cold wind blows through the tent. It lifts one tattooed edge slightly. If you grab Stinko and run to the open edge of the tent, choose option 1. If you want to open the box, choose option 2. Okay, so we have options to run or options to open the box. And the poll is on. We still have about 15 seconds left to vote. Option 1, to grab Stinko, run to the open edge of the tent. Or option 2, open the box. You can fit maximum fingers in your mouth if you try hard enough. We have decided to open the box on page 22. I don't have any fat to burn off. I am perfect the way I am. Thank you very much. You decide to open the box. Dare said the only way to get home was by winning the games. Might as well get started. "Look out," Stinko warns. "What if something bad is in there?" "It's just a game," you tell him. "But what game?" Stinko adds. You can tell he's scared. And so are you. But you're also curious. You put your hands up on the box top. Stinko leans over you, breathing down your neck. Slowly, carefully, you lift the box top off. You lean over the box to see what's inside. You see yourself and Stinko. "It's a mirror," you exclaim. "And we're in the mirror," Stinko adds. "And the mirror is in the box," you hear Dare say. "And if you're in the mirror and the mirror is in the box, well then, I guess you're in the box too." You and Stinko are shoved into a box. The top comes down fast. So fast, you can't fight back. You're trapped inside. You'll never win now. Dare is finished playing the game, and so are you. The end. Wow, all of these new friends are so great. I love all of the beautiful comments they're adding to our page because they are clearly intelligent humans of worth, and I am glad to have them here as I go through and just block them because we don't need that kind of negativity here. That's not what we're here for. What's in the box? Yeah, no, I feel that. Dang. Oh, man, I blocked that guy before I saw what his latest 2 messages were. Oh, man. I bet he had really great things to say in here. It's fine. Okay, that was an end. How many endings? We got... We had some time loops. That's 12 endings. Okay. We are... Okay, the tattoo tent flapped open. We are grabbing Stinko and we are running out of this tattoo tent. on page 96. Hopefully it works. Wow. Just a quick flash. There's a lot of the underneath choice part on this page. I don't know what that's going to be. Okay. Come on, Stinko, you exclaim. Here's our chance. You grab Stinko's hand and race to the fluttering edge of the tent. Stinko gets down on his hands and knees and crawls out of the opening. You follow right behind him. Outside the tent, things are not what you expected. You thought you'd crawl to freedom, but you didn't expect you'd be this free. There's nothing above the tent. There's nothing below the tent. When you look back, even the tent is gone. You've crawled out to the edge of nowhere. Will you drop off the edge? Play the Edge of Nowhere game. The game will decide your fate. All you need are a coin and a tabletop. Christina, this is all you. Place the coin at the edge of the table. Place the coin at the table edge closest to you. Flick the coin to the other side of the table. Try to flick it as close to the edge as possible without letting it slide off the other side. If you flick your coin over the edge, we'll choose option 1. If you flick your coin close to the edge but not over it, choose option 2. If you flick your coin and it doesn't come anywhere near the edge, try again. You don't want to be stuck on the edge of nowhere, do you? Ooh. Okay, tell us what your luck is on this coin flip game. Also, so you guys know, Binksy is over here being like the cutest freaking curled up little baby in the whole world. Binksy, why are you so cute, baby? Hey. She's like, nah, don't mess with me. I was curled up. Check out my Snapchat story later for these live videos. So the first 20 tries landed right next to the edge it started on. Okay, you gotta keep going until you get one close to the other edge or off the edge of the table. But then the first one was about 1 inch. Okay, we'll count that. We'll say you got one close. Oh, the last one. That's fine. You got one close. Okay. Close to the edge, but not over, is page 78. Whew. You win. Your coin stopped just short of the edge. You breathe a sigh of relief. You yank Stinko away from the edge. The tent reappears. Huh? How? You don't care how it happened. You crawl inside, dragging Stinko in with you. Anywhere is better than nowhere. You stand up. The tent's walls and ceiling vanish. Where are we now? Stinko asks. I don't know, you murmur, gazing around. You're standing on a slab of slate. Ooh. It's one of many slabs forming a path through the endless white sand. The pure white sand blankets the ground as far as the eye can see. A burning ball of fire shines brightly overhead. Stinko wipes sweat from his forehead. Are we at the beach? He asks. It's more like a desert. A broiling wave of heat hits your face. You gaze out towards distant dunes and squint your eyes. You struggle to focus on something too strange to be real. In the middle of the heat, you feel a chill. Am I really seeing that, you wonder? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? Go to page 62. A sand monster, Stinko cries. So Stinko sees it too. It's real. A monstrous blob is rising out of the sand. It rolls towards you like a sandstorm. As the creature comes nearer, you notice a black hole in its shapeless center. Sand is sucked into the hole with the force of a cyclone wind. Anything in the sand blob's path is sure to be drawn into that giant black hole. We've got to get out of here, you shout. But Stinko is too terrified. He throws himself down on the slate slab and covers his head with his arms. You yank at his shirt. Come on, you insist. Get up. Stinko suddenly sits up, feeling the slab with his fingers. There's writing on this, he exclaims. Look. Stinko's right. There are letters carved into it. Roll the dice to make your next move, you read aloud, and a pair of dice appear at your feet. It's another game, you whisper. A game of chance. Feeling lucky? Roll a pair of dice to find your next move. Does anyone have a pair of dice? Because I can go get one if you guys do not. Okay. This is going to be a pair of six-sided dice. Six-sided dice. Two of them. If we roll an even number, we choose option 1. If we roll an odd number, we choose option 2. So that's a 6. So we rolled even on page 86. You roll an even number on the die. Before you can even ask what comes next, a deafening roar fills your ears. Hot wind whips around you. A cyclone funnel, like the tattoo on Dare's shoulder, sucks you forward. You and Stinko bounce onto the next slab, and the next, and the next. Help! Stinko cries over the roaring wind. It's got me! You watch helplessly as your little brother is towed away by an invisible force. Hot sand stings your eyes. You rub the grit away and focus on what is vacuuming up you and Stinko. Ooh. It's a sand blob, you scream to Stinko. Fight it! The black hole in the sand blob is sucking in everything in its path. Slabs of slate fly over your head. Whole sand dunes whisk by you. Your skin burns as grains of sand sting you on their way into the black hole. You wonder if you could tunnel down into the sand. You might escape from the sand blob that way. And then you think, well, maybe the sand blob will take us out of here and take us to someplace better. If you think that the sand blob might be a way out of the awful desert, let it suck you over to page 110. If you want to quickly dig a hole to escape, then we'll turn to page 90. So, on the poll, I have the option to let the sand blob take us or dig a hole out. 1 minute on the clock. Let's see what you guys think. Oh, why doesn't it meet the guidelines? What? Hang on. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. And I don't know what it is. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Hang on. It was telling me I didn't meet the guidelines for the poll, but it's like I've been doing the same thing every time forever, so I don't understand why. Okay, so blob or dig a hole. What? This content might mean that... Did they, like, change it while we were working with this? Because this is irritating. One minute. Oh my god. This is so stupid. It's the exact same thing I've done every time, and I can no longer do it. There's nothing I can do. Has everyone seen my new tattoo? I just want to show it off because it's so cute and I love it so much. And I was like, yes, I'm going to tattoo my hand. Yeah, I don't know. Tell me what you want to do because for some reason this is outside the guidelines of the same thing of every other poll I've put up for the last several months. But whatever. Okay, everybody tell me, sand blob or dig a hole? Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Okay. We've got an Ashley for digging a hole. Christina and Tim for sand blob. Anyone else? Blob. 3 for sand blob with Luda. 3 for sand blob and 1 for digging a hole. Any other contributors? No? Okay. Sand blob it is. We're gonna trust him to suck us out of here on his black hole belly shit. Okay. We are going to page 110. This page is weird. Sorry. You decide to let the sand blob suck you up. Wherever you end up has got to be better than this awful desert. You stop resisting. You and Stinko fly forward with raging sand and wind. The sand blob is swallowing us, Stinko shrieks. You're sucked into the sand blob. The roaring stops. The black hole closes behind you, and you're in total darkness now. It's squashing me, Stinko moans. You know exactly what he means. The blackness presses in all around you. You can practically feel it. It's like walls pushing you down, flattening you. I'm sorry, you tell Stinko. I guess we lose this time. The sand blob got us in the... Not so fast, a familiar deep voice calls out. Turn to page 102. What? It was like about to be the end, but it's not the end. What does that mean? Is it the beast from the east? I hope so. You heard him. Turn to page 102. Oh, it's not the beast from the east. Not so fast, Dare's voice repeats. You're not out of the game yet. A grating noise makes your teeth ache. And then daylight suddenly streams into your eyes. You peer up. Dare stands over you, grinning. He's holding a wooden box in his hands. What the? You sputter, sitting up and rubbing your eyes. You gaze around. Hey, you're not in a black hole at all. You're inside the box that was in the middle of the tattooed tent. You recognize those tattooed walls. You're back where you started. Turn to page 134. You're sitting on me, Stinko complains, shoving you with his elbow. What's going on? Let me out. He scrambles over the side of the box. You follow him. The moment you stand up, you wish you hadn't. You're feeling woozy. The moving tattoos on the tent walls are making your head ache. I'm going to give you a second chance, Dare tells you. Then he swirls his tattooed cape around his body, and it melts into the walls. Where did he go, you wonder? You rub your eyes and try to steady yourself. Everything feels familiar, as if you've done this all before. But you can't remember where or when. In fact, the harder you try, the less you can remember. Gazing around, you spot an opening in the wall of the tent. Maybe you should try to get out of this place. Or have you already done that? You aren't sure, but something tells you should get moving. Go back to page 96 and take a hint. Next time you meet the sand blob, don't let it suck you in. Okay, apparently we chose the wrong way. Okay, so that's going to be a time loop. 7. That brings us back to the page where we had the option of flicking the coin close to the edge or far from the edge. So should we do that or should we go back to the sand blob? I think we're just going to do the page we're on. It's fine. So, we're going to go to page 35 instead. As if we flick the coin far over the edge. Let's see what happens. 35. Too bad. Your coin went over the edge of the table. Oh no, you scream. We're going over the edge. The drop is sudden. You and Stinkle fall faster than the speed of light. Whoa! You both cry as you drop down, down, down. That's how it's written out. So that was like a pretty fun vocalization. Where are we going? Stinko cries. Nowhere. Dare's voice booms all around you. You're going nowhere. Fast. The end. Yeah, that was a rough one. But that is our 13th ending. Okay. We've got our sand blob creature. We're not going to let the sand blob creature suck us up this time. Instead, we are going to dig a hole on page 90. You dig a hole and drag Stinko into it with you. You burrow down as deep as you can. The sand blob roars over the hole. Brrr! That wind is not hot. It's freezing. You and Stinko huddle together. And then, silence. The blob is gone. The hot ball of fire in the sky disappears. A cool blue moon takes its place in a black sky. You climb out of the hole and gaze around. The sand and the slate slabs have turned to ice. You take another step. Your ankles wobble. Your feet feel too heavy to lift. Ice skates! Stinko exclaims behind you. We're wearing ice skates. How did that happen? I don't know, you admit. But it's lucky we both know how to skate. You glide forward. Stinko follows you. And then he taps you. You're it, he yells, and skates away. Oh, no, you don't. You laugh as you whiz by him. After all that terror, it feels good to kid around. So long, Stinko, you call back to him. You skate right into Dare's tattooed arms. Oops. Go to page 106. Let me go, you scream. You wrestle to break Dare's grip on your arms, but he clutches you tightly. Welcome back, Dare says. Stinko skates by, and Dare snags him too. You've made it to another level, he remarks. Time for the next game. And this game is very cool. Freezing, in fact. Dare reaches under his cape and pulls out a silver spray gun. On the barrel it says, Instant Ice Maker. Before you can protest, he takes aim and sprays Stinko. Stinko instantly freezes. He's an ice statue. Stinko, you cry. Dare turns the ice gun on you. Turn to page 28. No way, you yell. You grab for the instant ice maker. Your fingers wrap around the barrel. Back off, Dare shouts. You and Dare struggle with the spray gun. You point it at his face and squeeze the trigger. Psst, you brat! Dare shrieks as his mouth begins to freeze. You spray him again, but before he freezes solid, he twists the gun around. Psst, he got you. All three of you are frozen stiff. But who's the coolest of all? Good question. Why guess when you can find out for sure? Take 3 ice cubes and 3 small glasses filled with hot water. Glass 1 is Stinko, glass 2 is Dare, and glass 3 is you. Drop a cube of ice into each glass at the same time. Which melts first? How am I supposed to do that by myself? I mean, I have ice. I just like... Okay. Okay. You guys are going to have to give me a minute. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. We're going to do it, you guys. It's okay. Let me put the music on. I'm going to go get some shit. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Okay. So, I'm gonna do this. We're doing this. Okay, so I got 3 glasses here. Let me adjust my camera here. We're gonna watch this from my perspective. Okay. So, I've got 3 glasses that are filled pretty much equally with water, and I found 3 ice cubes that are approximately the same size. So, hang on. I'm going to try and drop them all in at the same time. And we're going to wait and see what happens. This is 1, 2, 3. How long is this going to take, you guys? I don't I don't want to like touch them. I feel like if I touch them, I'm going to disturb them. I feel like this one, I don't know, they're pretty close. They're probably all going to happen at the same time. Oh! Oh wait, this one's way faster. Look, this one's way smaller than the other one. This one's also small. Number 2 is losing. Oh, he's catching up. I don't know, you guys. Oh, how am I gonna keep track of them? They're so close. I think this is 1. I don't know, these 2 are so close. It's so tiny in there. Oh, it's a super race between these 2. This one, it was 1, and then 3, and then 2. 2 still has a bit of an ice. It's 1, 3, 2. That's our order. That's it. I don't remember what the ice order was supposed to be, but it was 1, 3, 2. So hang on while I get all of this stuff re-situated here, because I just... So, hang on. 1, 3, 2. Is this where we were at? Approximately. Okay, now I've got all these glasses of warm water. Okay, it was 1, 3, 2. So, 1, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so here we are. Stinko's ice melted first. So we're going to 15. The Stinko ice melts first. Help! Unfreeze me, you try to say. But you can't move your lips. You're still frozen solid. Stinko skates up to Dare. He reaches down and grabs some slush. And he packs snow and ice into a ball. Pow! Stinko whops Dare with a snowball. Thanks for scaring me, Stinko yells. Dare just stares icily ahead. And then Stinko skates up to you. He has a big grin on his face. He knows you can't speak or move. Who's the Stinko now? He shouts right into your face. Stinko! 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 There's not a thing you can do about it. You're still frozen stiff. Okay, maybe you shouldn't have called him Stinko. And maybe you tease your brother a little too much. Your little brother's finally getting even with you. He's skating away and leaving you behind. Just before he vanishes, he turns and sticks out his tongue. Oh well, even little brothers should be able to win the game sometimes. The end. Ooh, that's 14 endings. Okay, so then, next to melt was our ice on page 59. Your ice melted first. You're free. You stare at the Dare ice statue. His mouth is frozen open in a snarl. His tattooed arms are raised. His hands are balled into tattooed fists. Even in ice, even frozen in ice, Dare looks scary. Boy, oh boy, you mutter. We are going to be in big trouble when Dare thaws. You have to get Stinko and escape before Dare's ice coat melts. Stinko is still frozen, is still a frozen kidsicle. You take off one of your ice skates. Using the blade of the skate, you chip away the ice on Stinko's face. Get me out of this ice box, Stinko shouts as soon as his mouth is free. For a second, you wish you'd left his mouth frozen shut. All right, you snap. I'm going as fast as I can. Just a few more chips and you'll be free. No, Stinko gasps. Yes, you argue. Quit moving or the blade will... You can't finish your sentence. An icy, tattooed hand reaches around and clamps over your mouth. That's what I was trying to tell you, Stinko cries. Dare broke out of the ice. I just have to say, like, if I think about, like, people being frozen solid in ice, I think about, like, our, like, high school science experiments with liquid nitrogen. And I'm like, if his face is frozen and you are, like, chipping at it with the blade on your ice skate, I'm like, you're gonna take some chunks out of his face. Like, there's no way that you're just gonna, like, chip the ice off. Like, it's not gonna be good. But we're ignoring that in this scenario. We're going to 64. You wrestle free of Dare's hand and turn to face him. You gape at the hideous sight. One by one, the tattoos on his body are thawing out. The cyclone spins again. The shrunken Cyclops head swings back and forth. Poisonous spiders, vampire bats, venomous snakes, and rabid rats come to life. Dude, this book is past PG. That's not even on me. That is not on me. My tattooed friends don't enjoy the cold, Dare declares. From the way the tattoos are staring at you, you believe him. And I don't like the way you played that last game, Dare snarls. We'll have to do something about that. Go to page 98. Dare steps towards you. All the tattoos seem to be spinning in your direction. Yikes, you exclaim. You skate away from Dare in an evil army of living tattoos. But you forget you're only wearing one skate now. Instead of gliding, you trip over your blade. The skate in your hand goes flying. The blade hits a hissing snake on Dare's ankle and sinks into the skin. You watch in horror as the snake throws its slithering body forward. The skate blade digs deeper. Hissing and writhing, the snake tattoo falls from Dare's left ankle to the icy ground. Right before your eyes, it disappears. Go to page 26. Dare swings his cape over his ankle, on the spot where the snake tattoo had been. But before he does, you see something amazing. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing of Dare under the tattoo. No skin, no bones, no Dare. Just empty space. You're too stunned to speak. You may have won the game, Dare admits, but not the match. I'll see you in your nightmares. With one swirl of his cape, Dare vanishes. The ice disappears, so do the skates. And your energy. You and Stinko fall fast asleep. You're snoring. Go to page 47. As soon as you fall asleep, you dream. In your dream, you and Stinko are neck deep in swirling water. On one side of the water, the dragon tattoo from Dare's cape stands ready to blast you with its flaming breath. On the other side of the water, a stone castle casts a shadow over you. You're in a moat encircling the castle. You look up and you see Dare gazing down from a turret. The dragon's breath sends you and Stinko swimming as fast and as hard as you can. Dare laughs. Guess what? This isn't a dream. This is the nightmare Dare said he would see you in. Go to page 51. Swim, Stinko, you yell. But Stinko's too scared to move. He holds onto your leg. He's dragging you down into the freezing water. If you don't start swimming, you'll go under. You stretch both arms forward in your best butterfly stroke to escape the fiery breath of the dragon. You're in luck. A low drawbridge spans the moat in front of you. You reach for the side of it. The bridge rises slowly, carrying you and Stinko with it. Then the drawbridge stops midway. The dragon shoots fire, just missing Stinko's feet. Ah! Stinko screams as he dangles from your ankles. Your arm muscles are stretched to the limit. You don't think you can hold on much longer. I'm waiting for you, Dare calls down. The dragon breathes fire again. Ooh, where did I lose it? The flames lick your legs. Yow, that's hot. You could try to pull yourself up and out of its way, or you could drop to cool the fire in the moat below. If you want to try to pull yourself and Stinko onto the bridge, you'll choose option 1. If you want to try to drop back into the moat, choose option 2. And the pull worked this time! Hooray! Oh my gosh. That was irritating last time. I mean, I would love to stab Dare to death with an ice skate blade, but I don't think we're gonna go back to it. But I agreed with you. I feel like when they showed the first one, I was like, oh, we're gonna go at him with the blade. We got about 20 seconds left to vote. Option 1, you try to pull yourself and Stinko up onto the bridge, or option 2, to drop back into the moat. At this point, we're just trying to escape the dragon. Okay. We have chosen the moat route. Apparently I had 2 stickies here. Ooh, they're all attached to me still. Okay, we're dropping back into the moat on page 89. The dragon's breath is too hot, you cry. I have to let go. I have to cool down. You loosen your grip on the edge of the drawbridge. Get ready to dive, you instruct Stinko. Now! You let go and plunge towards the water. Bad move. That's just what the hungry dragon was waiting for. He licks his dragon lips. And then he exhales. The burning blast of fire breath catches you and Stinko. Instant barbecue. You and Stinko are crispy critters now. A little bit salty, but overall a tasty dragon treat. The end. 15 endings. Apparently we chose wrong. Okay, let's try pulling ourselves onto the bridge instead on 126. You grit your teeth and pull yourself up, up, up. Stinko hangs onto your ankles. Finally, you flop onto the drawbridge, dragging Stinko behind you. The dragon shoots out one last fiery blast. It misses you. As the drawbridge goes up, you and Stinko slide down and tumble into the castle. You land on a colorful mosaic tile floor. The bridge bangs closed. A heavy iron bar locks it in place. You and Stinko survived the moat and the dragon. But now, you're trapped inside the castle. Welcome to Kid Scare Castle, Dare's voice bellows all around you. Congratulations, you've made it this far. Not many others have survived the games. You may get home yet. As he speaks, you glimpse something moving near your foot. You peer down. Yuck! A huge, hairy, red-eyed spider crawls across your sneaker. You recognize it. It's the spider tattoo from Dare's left hand. He lost another tattoo. Go to page 94. Where's Dare? Stinko whispers. As usual, Dare is nowhere in sight. You sigh. His favorite game must be hide and seek, you murmur. Right, Dare declares. Your eyes widen. The tattooed man rises up from the tiles on the floor. This guy is amazing, you admit to yourself. Scary, but amazing. You peer at Dare. The spot where the spider tattoo used to be is empty. Dare has another invisible spot on his tattooed body. Aha! Each time Dare loses a tattoo, you realize he loses a piece of himself. This fills you with courage. What are you without your tattoos, you demand? Are you just a big nothing? Ooh. Okay. Dare ignores your question. Instead, he swirls around. Now you see me, Dare crows, waving his colorful cape. Now you don't. Quit showing off, Dare, you yell. We want to go home. To find your way home, Dare's voice taunts, you'll have to find the way out. Go to page 66. Fine, you mutter. We'll find our own way out. You glance around the stone castle. Okay, you think. We can't go out the door. It's bolted tight. Your eyes land on the stone steps leading down into the cellar. This way, Stinko, you whisper. You dart down the stairs. They bring you to a dark tunnel. Maybe it's a passageway under the moat. You begin to run, and then you stop. Hundreds of glittering eyes stare at you from the darkness. Yikes, you shriek. Rats! No, Stinko screams. Get me out of here. I'm trying. You grab him by his sleeve and drag him behind you. Rats scurry from underneath your feet. They nip at your ankles as you dash through the dark tunnel. You turn left and then come to a solid wall. You go back, turn right, and come to another solid wall. Stinko, you gasp. I think we're trapped in a maze. Look over at page 67. Yep, it's a maze. Use your pencil to find your way through it. Put your pencil at the start. Do not lift your pencil until you're out of the maze, and then follow the directions at the end. Okay. This is an interesting one because they're both like side by side and the pages usually are not. So I'm going to post the poll. One ending says go to page 33 and one ending says run to page 103. So we're going to set up the poll and I'm going to show this again like I did last time. And then you can vote on which one you guys think is the right one. Are you ready, you guys? Because I'm about to do this. I don't think you're ready for this jelly, you guys. Okay, so here's the map. And the poll is started. Okay, figure out the maze. I'm like, I can't hold it steady. Probably like 20 seconds left for you guys to figure this out and vote. I'm trying real hard to hold it still. Okay, we got 2 people that said it was 103, so we're gonna go with 103. Hopefully that's the right answer. All of my things are sticking together everywhere. Okay, I need Why did I go away? Why is this happening? Okay. We're okay. We got this. We're good, you guys. Okay. We're going to 103. Good work! You made it through the maze. You emerge into a room full of huge tiled columns. I never thought we'd get out of there, Stinko admits. How did you find the way? It was easy, you tell him. I just followed that rat. You point to a fat black rat scurrying away. I figured he would know where it was going. Hey, I've seen that rat before, Stinko says. Where, you ask? Before he can answer, one of the huge columns turns. It's Dare. Here's where you've seen that rat before, Dare announces. He holds out the palm of his left hand. The rat runs onto Dare's palm and settles into the skin. It turns back into a rat tattoo. You bore me, Dare tells the rat. He peels it off his palm, dangling it by its tail. It's a living rat again. I've got to hand it to you, Dare says. You won my maze game. He blows on the twirling rodent and it disappears. So does the palm of Dare's hand. Turn to page 40. You gasp. You can't believe Dare's palm just disappeared like that. You lean forward to get a closer look at his invisible palm. Dare doesn't try to hide it from you. In fact, he holds it out for you to see. Here, he says, have a good look. It won't bite you. He shoves his hand inches from your face. Yikes! A vampire bat pokes its head through the hole left by the disappearing rat. Before you can pull back, the bat's fangs dig into your neck. A warm, woozy feeling rushes through you. Uh-oh. You've been bitten by a vampire. You know what that means. You're a vampire, too. Go to page 82. I'm like, is this how that works? Is a vampire bat a vampire? Are you okay? Stinko asks. I think so, you reply. So far you don't feel any different. I lied. It did bite after all, Dare laughs. But you don't have to turn into a vampire if you play the game right. This is no time for games, you cry. It's always time for games, Dare scolds. He tosses 3 balls into the air and starts juggling. Inside one of these balls, you'll find a cure, he explains. All you have to do is guess which ball. Is it the red, the yellow, or the green ball? Dare keeps juggling while you try to decide which ball will save you. This is where we go back to the spinner. So, drink for the spinner. And now, we have to figure out a way to decide on green, red, or yellow. I guess we could like roll a die if you want to do like 1, 2 is green, 3, 4 is yellow, and 5, 6 is red. Maybe we can do that, and that would be a good decision maker. Because a coin clearly is not going to suffice here in the 3-way times. Someone just give me an answer. I'm just gonna eat this cheese. You got a 3? So yellow? Is that what I said? What did I say? 1, 2 was green. 2, 3 was yellow. It's a lot of lag. Wait. What did I say? 1, 2 green, 3, 4 yellow, and 5, 6 red. Yes, I think that's what I said. We're gonna go with that. It's okay. It's slow. So I'm gonna go with the 3 was the yellow, and we're gonna go to page 72. Good. You chose yellow. The color of the sun. Vampires hate sun. You open up the sunny colored ball. A beam of sunshine darts out. That's all it takes to destroy the vampire in you. One look at the ray of sunshine and you're cured. Saved. The sunbeam zooms across the room and lights up a secret door hidden in the castle wall. Look, Stinko, you cry. That might be the way out. Before you can move towards the door, Dare speaks. You win this round, he tells you. I do? You sputter with surprise. But I expect the unexpected in all my games, Dare interrupts you. You're doing very well for a beginner. You peer at Dare suspiciously. Is he actually being nice? In fact, you're so good, I'm going to give you a choice, Dare continues. Here it is. You can quit while you're ahead, or you can go through the secret door. Ooh. Okay. Our poll options are here. Option 1, quit while you're ahead, or option 2, go through the secret door. I feel like he doesn't want us to go through the door, and that's why he's offering us this alternative, but I don't really know. Don't know how to quit. We're not a bunch of quitters. We're not quitters. This half of the book is not about eating cheese or not. We're not quitting. Hello! Welcome back. It's been so long. Hello. I'm sorry you missed most of the book so far. Okay. We decided we're not going to worry about what Dare said. We are going to go through the secret door. You were doing tie-dyeing? That's awesome. I'm jealous. I want to do that. Sounds fun. Dust penetrated your soul. That's okay. That's okay. We all feel like that sometimes. So, we're going through the secret door. Dare tried to let us go out, so quit while we're ahead, and we were like, no. Secret door, 37. We're here for it. Now's our chance, Stinko. You grab Stinko and dash through the door to into the castle wall. You glance back to see if Dare's following you. Wham! You smash right into a marble column. Your head spins from the impact. A door in the long, narrow column opens up. You and Stinko tumble into a plexiglass tube. The tube snaps shut. The column door slides closed. You and Stinko are sealed in the tube. It's like the money tube at the drive-in bank, Stinko exclaims. Exactly. Whoosh! The tube, with you and Stinko in it, is swiftly sucked up by a strong force. A whirring sound surrounds you. You're speeding through a dark tunnel. All this has happened so fast, you haven't had time to think about what's waiting at the end of this tube trip. If there is an end. Go to page 70. Thud! The speeding tube stops. Your stomach got lost somewhere back in the tunnel, but now it catches up to you again. The door on the tube flies open. Stinko rushes out first. Wow, he exclaims. He points to a neon sign hanging over an entrance gate to an indoor playground. The sign says, Kids Scare Fun Zone. There's Zoe, her real babysitter, Stinko yells, pointing at a thin girl with a droopy tank top. Hey Zoe, we're over here. Zoe turns to see who's calling her name. But when she turns around, your eyes widen at a horrifying sight. From the back, she looks like Zoe. But from the front, she looks like a giant rat. Come on, Stinko, you gasp, grabbing your brother by the neck of his shirt. She's not a real babysitter. And something tells me the fun zone isn't really fun. Run to page 56. For once, Stinko listens. He follows you willingly. You have no idea where you're going. You just run as fast as you can, gripping Stinko's wrist tightly. Your eyes dart all around, desperately searching for a way out. Zoe, the rat girl, chases you. What are you doing here? She screams. This is fun. You're supposed to be in games. You glance back at her. Yikes! An army of giant rats surrounds Zoe. After them, Zoe cries. Don't let them get away. You and Stinko run as fast as you can. You can tell he's getting tired. He's panting hard. But you have to keep going. Zoe and the rat pack are gaining on you. Run, you beg Stinko. Run for your life. With the rats close behind, you come to a wall. 2 elevator doors open at the same time. One is going up and one is going down. Which one should we get on? Stinko cries. I have no idea, but your life depends on it. Flip a coin. Christina, it's all you. If the coin lands heads up, we'll go to 118. If it lands heads down, we go to 43. Ooh, I got too much twist. Oh, I keep adjusting this. It's fine. Okay, Christina, it's all you. Heads up, we're going to 118. Tails up, we're going to 43. It's heads up. Okay, 118. Let's see what happens. Up, you shout. You pull your brother inside and pound the door close button. Close, 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 you mutter. Zoe reaches the elevator just as the door slides shut. You shiver at the sight of the rat-faced babysitter. It's twisted into an expression of fury. No, you hear Zoe snarl. They can't get away. The elevator motor starts. You and Stinko slide to the floor, huffing and puffing. You lean back against the wall. We made it, you breathe. This is the first chance you've had to rest for even a second. You shut your eyes. Stinko leans his head against your shoulder. You're almost feeling relaxed when you hear a tapping noise above you. You glance up and see a giant rat's claw breaking through the ceiling. Go to page 48. You stare, horrified, at the claw in the ceiling. It scrapes at the hole. The claw is almost all the way through. Is this an emergency? Stinko cries. Of course it is, Dumbo, you snap. Your mind races, trying to think of a way out of this mess. Stinko jumps up and slaps his hand against the elevator's control panel. The elevator comes to a screeching halt. Aye! A blood-curdling squeal rises and then falls away. Whatever was breaking through the ceiling is gone now. The sudden stop must have thrown it off the top of the elevator. What did you do? You shout at Stinko. You said it was an emergency, he replies, looking offended. So I pushed the emergency button. Laughing, you give Stinko a grateful hug. Whoa, get a grip. Let go immediately. Come on, Stinko, you say, pushing another button. We've got to get out of here. If you pushed the Fun and Games Kids Care Offices button, we choose option 1. Or if you push the lobby button, choose option 2. Okay, let's get this poll going. So option 1 is Kids Care Offices. It doesn't say kid. Oh. I don't know. It's in one. It's all caps. I don't know. It's one word. Kids Scare or Kids Care or Kid Scare. I don't know. The Offices button is 1. Lobby is 2. So choose one of those options and we will go there. Poll is on. We still have like 20 seconds left to vote. Option 1, push the Fun and Games Kids Scare Offices button. Or option 2, the lobby button. Oh, how did this... Okay, we still chose the lobby, even though Christina voted for the offices. We're going to 43. I just noticed how late it is and how much book we still have left. Ugh. I feel like the first part went super slow and then the second part went super fast. Down, you cry. The lobby button lights up. The elevator motor whirls. You hear rats scratching at the elevator door. Relief floods over you as the elevator starts moving down. You watch the numbers above the door. 16, 15, 14. Whew. I didn't think we'd make it, you admit. That was really close. How close was it? Uh-oh. That wasn't Stinko's voice. You feel hot breath on the back of your neck. The voice speaks again. Was it this close? You whirl around and come face to face with Dare. What's left of Dare, that is. Go to page 52. Why is he like in your face? You gasp in horror. Stinko cowers in the corner. A grotesque figure stands inches from you in the elevator. It's Dare, but a very different Dare. Whole pieces of his body are missing. A knee, an arm, one ear, half his face, part of a shoulder. Where tattoos once were, there's nothing now, just air. The tattoos hid the fact that Dare is nothing without them. Every time you won a game, Dare lost a tattoo. And he also used some up trying to defeat you. The tattoos that are left are in trouble too. Tattered creatures gasp for breath. They struggle to hang on to each other, to keep a shape, a form, to stick together, to keep Dare alive. The game is almost over, Dare growls. I'm losing the games. I'm losing everything. I'm supposed to be the winner. These are my games and I want to win my games. Go to page 95. You face the hideous monster, Dare. Is there any way out? The elevator is still moving. There are no escape hatches. Stinko whimpers behind you. Dare links his only arm through Stinko's arms and pulls your brother away from you. You can't hide from me. You've already taken too much of my time and too much of me. I will win the game. I always win in the end. Let me go, Stinko screams. He slaps at Dare's tattooed shoulder. A shrunken cyclops head and a hangman's noose comes off in Stinko's hand. Stinko screams and throws the hideous head to the floor. The one-eyed head rolls to a corner of the elevator and stops. It stares up at Dare. There's one last game to play, Dare hisses. The most dangerous game of all. I call it all or nothing. You call it all for nothing? Oh, I call it all or nothing. You'll call it all for nothing. Are you ready to play? Well, are you? We've got two options. It is told. Yeah, this book is messed up. If you're ready to play the most dangerous game, we'll choose option 1. If you want to stall and pick up the shrunken head of the Cyclops, choose option 2. And poll is open. The weirdest part about this book being so like dark in the series is that this is only number 18 out of the series, and there's like 35 like regular edition and then like 15 special edition books, and so this is only like halfway through the regular edition series, and yet it's like really dark and really creepy and really grotesque compared to any other of these Goosebumps books. And Ace of Spades, I don't know, because you missed the beginning, this is the last one that I own currently of any of the collections, and it's been this is the 27th book, and the 27th book that I've read. And so of the 27 that I've read over the whole realm of the beginning to end, I have a variety of numbers through the series and special editions. This is by far the weirdest and most grotesque. And it happened to just fall into the number 18 position in the series. I have no idea why. Yeah, and I agree. It could be like they tried something new and then we're like, maybe that was too much. Because I definitely get that with like the way they do the endings and stuff. Like there's a lot of variety. So maybe he was like, I'm going to try this. And was like, ooh, that was, kids didn't like that. I wonder too. I mean, he could have that. They could be ghostwritten. I don't know. I assume not, but like, there is a huge variability in quality for sure. So there's definitely a possibility. Okay, so we decided to stall and pick up the shrunken head, by the way. We're going to page 124. You grab the shrunken Cyclops head by its stringy black hair. You swing it around like a lasso. Dare ducks to avoid being hit. Oops. The one-eyed monster clobbers you on its way around. You drop the head and collapse. You're knocked out cold. How did we do that? How did we knock ourselves out? You don't know how much time has passed. You hear Stinko's voice next to you. Wake up, he's saying. You open one eye. You're back in your own room. In your own house. Wake up, Stinko yells, shaking your shoulder. They're back! You squint your eyes to see the couple standing at the doorway of your room. Mom? Dad? You ask groggily. Ready for some fun? One of them asks. And some games? Demands the other. Oh no, it's not your mom and dad. It's Zoe and Dare. Zoe grins at you. A nasty, rat-like grin. Your mom called. They're staying an extra week. So, ready for fun and games? This isn't fun at all, you wail. Then it must be games, Dare declares. Go to page 7. What kind of games, you ask suspiciously? Games where the winner takes all. This is a time loop where he pulls out the parachute and we try to run out from under it. So, where are we at with time loops? 8 time loops. We got a lot of those this time. Okay. Okay, we are going to play the most dangerous game instead of trying to stall, I guess, on page 111. You swallow hard. All right, you declare. I'm ready. All or nothing. Dare is a sickening sight to see. His tattooed cape is gone. His tattooed form shrivels as each tattoo wears itself out, trying to hold Dare together. Many of Dare's dangers are gone. The dragon, the snake, the rat, the cyclone, and now even this shrunken cyclops head has been peeled away. What could be worse than all of those things you've already destroyed? Don't worry. Dare is about to show you. Go to page 92. The elevator stops at the 13th floor. This is where we get off, Dare announces harshly. Using his only arm, he shoves you and Stinko out the door. A piece of a lizard tattoo falls off, leaving a new invisible spot on Dare's elbow. We're back into the tent where we started, you murmur to Stinko. But the tattoos on the walls aren't alive anymore, Stinko whispers back. You can hear the relief in his voice. They're just pictures. Dare pushes Stinko to the side, and then he shoves you to the center of the tent. You stumble a few steps. On the X, Dare orders you. You notice 2 spotlights make a large X on the floor. You stand on it and wait. Wait over on page 75. Dare stands in front of you. The spotlights shine right through his invisible spots. The hot lights make the remaining tattoo creatures squirm. The only sounds are the sounds of the creatures hissing, gasping, and dying slowly. Dare takes off his t-shirt. A hulking, horned beast tattoo rears its head on his chest. The beast roars, bearing a mouthful of flesh-ripping teeth. Stinko screams in terror, and you throw your arms up to protect your face. When Dare laughs, you can see right through the back of his head. The last game is deadly simple, he explains. Only one of us can win. Only one of us can survive. It is the most dangerous game of all. Your throat is so dry with fear, you can't speak. But what do I do? You whisper. You simply make a choice, Dare tells you. You look at me and make a choice. All or nothing. It's that simple. Go to page 105. You try to look at Dare, but his body is too horrifying. Instead, you lock onto his eyes. Weird, you think. His eyes don't match. One is green, but the other's blue. You feel dizzy. His eyes seem to spin. The word all appears in his green eye. And in the blue eye, you see the word nothing. Now you know. The choice is in his eyes. Your mind spins too. Questions swirl around in your head. Is this a trap? Why does the choice seem so obvious? If you take all, will you win it all? If you take nothing, will you win nothing? What could this monster dare have up his remaining sleeve? Use the spinner on page 136 to help you make the all or nothing choice. Follow the directions at the top of the page. So cheers for using the spinner again. And then I'm just going to have you guys vote on all or nothing. I have no idea what this is going to do, but we're starting the poll. There's a lot of tabs left in this book for it being 11:30 already. We still have like 15 seconds left to vote. Option 1, all, or option 2, nothing. Okay, we have chosen all. We're going to 54. I don't know how we haven't run out of pages yet. I feel like we've gone through a lot of pages tonight. I choose all, you declare. I want all. You keep your eyes on Dare's shriveling, tattooed face. You wait to see his reaction. You don't have to wait long. A smile spreads across his hideous, crumbling mouth. Did you say all? He asks. You nod fearfully. Then all it is. With the wink of his green eye and a blink of his blue eye, all Dare's tattoos are back on his body. All your winning games are lost. All your memories of the last hours are gone. You lose the most dangerous game. But all is not lost. Turn to page 100 and start the games all over again. No. Oh, also thank you on my affiliate congrats. I made it a while ago, but I just I don't really know how it works, and so I don't know. I guess I could maybe make money or something off of this, but I don't know how. So it's still a mystery to me. I haven't put any time into figuring it out. Ugh, all over again. So this tells us to go to page 100, which is a time loop. Games? A deep voice behind you said. If you want to play games, then I'm your guy. So it starts over where Dare introduces himself. So we are at time loop 9. Yeah, but okay, so I don't even know what subs are. Like, I don't know anything about this. I'm just here for the walls. I don't even know. Yeah. I gotta figure out how that stuff works. The emotes would be cool, I guess, if I can figure out how it works. Okay, so we got a lot left. Okay, we can do this, you guys. We're gonna rush through it. I have to work in the morning. I don't want to be here till, I don't know, it's already 11:30. It's pretty late. We can do this in like half an hour. We're gonna do this before midnight. We got this. So our most recent one would be to choose nothing instead of all on page 122 and see what happens there. So we're going to go that way. I choose nothing, you exclaim. The horned beast on Dare's chest roars. It reaches for you with its clawed hand. Stop, Stinko shouts. He runs to your side. Get back, Dare bellows. This game is just between us. Stinko clutches your leg. I won't leave you, he cries. The beast on Dare's chest reaches for Stinko. You try to hang on to him, but the beast is too strong. It drags your little brother into its arms. And then the killer beast tattoo slams Stinko against Dare's shoulder. A new tattoo instantly appears. And a whole new arm. No, you shriek. You shut your eyes. You can't look at the horrible sight. Stinko is the tattoo creating his new arm. Dare's laughter sounds like a cry of victory. You chose nothing, he shouts. And nothing is what you'll get. No points, no brother, no home, no life, no nothing. You can't believe your choice is turning out so badly. Stinko is a tattoo. You know you'll be next. You can't let the game end this way, can you? Go to page 101. No, you scream. No, no, no! You step off the X with a huge lunge forward. Dare yanks back his Stinko arm and slams you to the side of the head. The hit sends you reeling backwards. To stop yourself from falling, you grab the beast tattoo's horn. To your shock, the horn pulls off in your hand. And with the horn comes the whole tattoo. Once the beast has been torn from Dare's chest, the rest of the tattoos crumble, shrivel, dissolve. Ah! Dare shrieks in agony. You've destroyed me. I'm nothing, nothing, nothing. Yes, you did it. You beat Dare at his own game. Go to page 81. All that's left of Dare is air. The tattoos are all gone. The beastly babysitter is a horrible thing of the past. And Stinko is the only tattoo that survived. It's over. Finally. Ready to go home now, Stinko, you ask, roughing your brother's hair. I'm not a Stinko, your brother argues. R2, am not. R2, am not. R2. Oh well. Some things never end. Oh, it's cute. And I wish it was the end, but there's more of this book still. Which is this end. This is the 16 ending. There's more, and there's so many more endings. Okay. It's fine. We're doing this. It's fine. Everything's good. Okay. Last time we were in an elevator and we chose the lobby button. We're going to choose the fun and games button on 73. Hopefully it'll just be a time loop and we'll be able to continue on. You push the fun and games kids scare office button. The elevator starts moving up again. Air whistles through the hole in the ceiling where the claw broke through. In a few seconds, the elevator stops. The door slides open. You poke your head out. All clear, you tell Stinko. You and Stinko step out onto a large open area. The elevator door closes behind you and disappears. That's weird, you murmur, glancing around. There are no windows here, no doors, no way out. The only furniture is a desk sitting in the middle of a huge empty space. You step cautiously over to it. On the desk is an answering machine. The red light on the machine is flashing. There's a message. You can't help it. You push play. Get the message on page 135. Hello. This message is for Zoe. The recording begins. You gasp. You know that voice. It's your mom. Your heart pounds as you listen to Mom's message.
We got your message letting us know everything is fine. Thanks for taking such good care of the kids. We're so glad we left them with you. And we're glad you can stay longer because we've decided to extend our trip for another week. You and Stinko stare at each other in pure horror. Another week? Another week of Dare's horrible games? No, I can't take it, you wail, sinking to the floor. Oh well, what can you do? Guess you'll have to grin and dare it. The end. Oh, that was a good one. Not as good as the first one. I don't remember it, but it was so good. But okay. So 17 endings. Grin and dare it was good. I'm here for it. It's fine. Okay. So now we are going back to where we had to flip a coin. Oh, the up or down elevators. And we chose to go up. This time we're going down to 43. Down, you cry. The lobby button lights up. The elevator motor whirs. You hear rats scratching at the elevator door. Relief floods over you as the elevator starts moving down. You watch the numbers on the door. 16, 15, 14. Whew. I didn't think we'd make it, you admit. That was really close. How close was it? Damn it, this is a time loop! Was Dare on our shoulders again? Oh, man. So, that's time loop 10. Okay. That one's done, I guess. Whatever. We did it. Which one of these is the last one of these? This one. We had to quit while we're ahead, or the secret. Okay, so we chose yellow from the juggling, and maybe we're becoming a vampire or something. We chose yellow, and the yellow sun cleared us of our vampireness, and Dare gave us the option to quit while we're ahead, or to go through the secret door. And we chose secret door, so this time we're going to quit while we're ahead and see if he lets us go on page 20. You decide to quit while you're ahead. An evil grin spreads over Dare's face. But you aren't ahead yet, he murmurs. He winks and twirls his tattooed cape. Your body disappears. And all that's left of you now is, guess what? Ahead. Now you can quit, Dare taunts you, while you're ahead. The end. That's a knee slapper. Okay, that was 18 endings. Thank you guys for hanging on with me late into the night. We're working our way through here. We'll finish it soon. This book is nuts. Okay, so last time we had the options of the red, yellow, or green. We had yellow, so we need to decide where to go from the other side. So now are we gonna choose green or red on the juggling ball option thing? Vote, please. I have 4 votes. We still have 20 seconds left to vote. If you still want to vote, option 1 is to go with the green ball, or option 2 to go with the red one. And we have chosen green. We're going to page 121. I choose green, you declare. Uh-oh. Maybe that wasn't the right choice. Dare laughs so hard his tattoos shake, rattle, and roll all over his body. Green, he chokes out. You chose green. Don't you know what it means to choose green? Hey, Stinko exclaims, peering at you. You're a frog. A green frog. At least, that's what he tried to say. Actually, what came out sounds more like ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. But you understand him perfectly because all frogs speak the same language. Ribbit, 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 you reply, ribbit, which means you're a frog too, Stinko. Oh well, you jump, but not for joy at the way this adventure has come to the ribbit, which you probably know means end in froggy talk. Okay, 19 endings. Okay, we're closing in on it, you guys. We're almost there. Okay, so now if we go the red option, we did the other two. We're going to page 58. You choose red. Of course you would choose red. Red is always a vampire's favorite color. And now that you're a vampire, red is your favorite color, too. The bite of the vampire is working. Your human shape changes to the shape of a vampire bat. Your perfect teeth change into fangs. Your bedtime changes from night to day. What can you say at a time like this? Just one thing. Fangs, Dare. Fangs a lot. The end. Okay, we have hit 20 endings. I got 3 more tabs in here right now. See what happens. When we were in the rat maze, we chose 103. Let's see what happens if we go to 33 instead. Oh no! You faked it! If you had really done the maze, you'd know that this is not an exit. You didn't make it out. And now you're trapped in the middle of a rat's nest. The walls close in around you. Ah! You scream in horror. Rats squeak and scamper around you. Tiny rat claws scratch your face, your hands, through your clothes. Get them off, Stinko shrieks. Terror paralyzes you. Rats jump out of crevices and cracks in the walls. It's as if it were raining rats. You try to cover your head, but the rats pound down on you. You and Stinko fall to the ground and roll onto your stomach. You can't stand the idea of rats landing on your face. You struggle for breath as you feel yourself being crushed by more and more rats. Stinko, you scream. The rats are burying us alive. One glance tells you that Stinko knows exactly what you mean. He's under his own pile of squeaking rodents. Oh, rats. The end. 21 endings. Okay. We got 2 left. Okay, so we roll a... Oh, I got some tabbies back here. Did we miss something? We might have missed another step. Hang on. Oh, we did miss something. Okay. So, sorry. I'm going to sneak back real quick. When we were all frozen, we had the ice cube melting contest. We did the one where Stinko melts, and we did the one where we melt. We did not do the one where Dare melts first. So when Dare melts first, aha! Dare cheers, I win the cool contest. And that was just a warm-up. What now, you wonder? Dare turns his back to you and spreads his cape open like butterfly wings. A fire-breathing dragon tattoo on the cape spits out a blowtorch blast of flames. The thick coat of ice on you and Stinko melts instantly. Oh no! The ice beneath your feet also thaws. You and Stinko are suddenly neck-deep in freezing, swirling water. A large stone castle looms over you. You realize you're in a moat circling the castle. Your gaze rises up and up. It lands on Dare, high in a turret. Look at that, Stinko whispers behind you. You turn in the cold water. Whoa! A giant dragon hovers over the edge of the ice. You recognize it as the dragon tattoo from Dare's cape. Somehow, it slid off the cape and into real life, and it's getting ready to blast you again. Go to page 51. Swim, Stinko, you yell. But Stinko's too scared to move. He holds onto your leg, dragging you down into the freezing water. If you don't start swimming, you'll go under. And then this is a time loop from we had the option to go onto the bridge or back into the moat. So that is time loop 10, 11. There's a lot of time loops in this one. We're almost done, you guys. We're almost done. Two more. Okay. So, last time we were in the sand blob thing. And we had the option to roll an even number or an odd number. And we rolled an even last time. We are going to roll an odd onto page 13 and see what happens there. You roll an odd number on the dice. You quickly move forward that many spaces on the slate slab path. You glance down to see what the slab says. But you're not standing on a stone slab. You're standing on a TV screen set into the slab. And instead of writing, a familiar face appears on the screen. It's Dare, Stinko gasps. Dare gazes out at you from the screen. I always knew you were odd, he jokes. And then he winks. The screen shakes. You and Stinko tumble off of it into the white-hot sand. I've always found that quicksand is the quickest way to end a game. Haven't you? Dare asks. You struggle against the pull of the sand. You sink rapidly. First your ankles, and then your knees. No! Give us another chance, you scream. Tut-tut, Dare clucks. That wouldn't be fair. You're up to your chest, your chin, your mouth. Just before your ears sink into the quicksand, you hear Dare's final words. Too bad you rolled an odd number. In my games, the odd one is always out. The end. Oh, 22 endings. Okay, I got one more sticky. Let's see where it takes us. Ooh. Oh, this is onto this umbrella thingy again. So, the last one is to go to page 117. Whatever is there. Whoops! You picked the string that's sure to leave you at loose ends. You find yourself all alone outside the parachute, dangling from the string, in midair. Stinko and Dare have vanished. There is nothing above or below you. Cold air blows through you. Darkness folds in around you as you swing back and forth. Can you please try to be more careful next time? Because nobody likes to be left hanging. The end. 23 endings. And 11 time loops. This was a hardcore book, you guys. This is like one of the most intense I think we've had. For sure the most horrifying and grotesque book we've ever had. So, surprise on that one. I forgot I brought this hood down to wear tonight as part of my costume, and then I didn't do it, so I guess I might as well put it on now so I can show you guys how cool this thing is. So, we did it. We can be like Dora the Explorer. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yay! What were the things we did? We escaped the mutant lab rats. We did it. Yay! We got out of the parachute. We did it. Yay! I don't remember. They do like a whole thing with Dora the Explorer. I don't know, man. But we completed 2 different mazes. Yay! Yeah, we did it. Way to go. I'm so proud of you guys. Why are you guys so great? It's just so great. I wouldn't be here without you guys. And we wouldn't have completed these books without you guys. Because you're so good at books. And I love you. And I'm so glad you guys come to hang out with me and join me in my books. And we got 4 more books on the way. And there's going to be some more. And, I got nothing. I should go to bed because I have to work in the morning. But you guys can stay and party. Have a great night. I'm going to eat, like, a little bit more of this cheese. And then go to bed, probably. It's going to be super great. Love you guys so much. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad you guys were here. This story was super cool. Definitely invigorating for the lack of story for a while. This was a good one to jump back into. So I'm glad we got to experience that together. And I will see you next week for sure with something new. Whatever one shows up first, I guess. And I will post it to Facebook and Instagram the day before or whatever, I guess, to kind of let you know what's going on. But we're gonna do it. I'm not skipping it. We're doing it. We're gonna do it. And I'll see you guys next week. Bye. Love you.